Southwest 1840 Fort Worth, good evening, climb maintained level 340.
Level 340, Southwest 1840.
Southwest 1840, clear direct the Amarillo Airport.
Second for 1840, you're a little weak.
Southwest 1840, clear direct the Amarillo Airport.
Clear direct Amarillo, Southwest 1840, thank you.
Delta 1340, contact Houston Center 134.47.
134.47, Houston Center, Delta 1340, good night.
Southwest 779, descend via the J Freight reroute with the altimeter 30 weight.
Via the Jeffrey through the arrival, copy the altimeter, Southwest 779.
All right, everybody, here we are, Friday night, January 29th. Here we are in Dallas, Fort Worth, back at it again. We've been doing 3 streams this week, so we feel highly favored. And again, welcome into the stream. We are just hanging out here on Friday Night Ops on VATSIM. We're going to be flying from Dallas, Fort Worth to Memphis, Tennessee, and then from Memphis, Tennessee on over to Atlanta. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get on the aircraft. Once again, we are flying on VATSIM network, and we are most certainly going to see what we can get ourselves into today. let's come up top here and see if we can get a little aerial view of exactly what is happening today in our environment. Again, if you see any aircraft here with the yellow tag, those are aircraft here that are flying on the VATSIM network. And you can see we have another American aircraft over here and a few of them over here ready to take off on this side of the field. Looks like we've got a FedEx and a couple of, let's look like an Airbus and another Airbus over there, if I'm not mistaken. Why don't we just take a quick trip over there really quick, see what happens. Okay, so this looks like a Boeing 737, and that looks like a Boeing 737 as well. What do we have over here? Can't see. Let's go up a little higher and see if we can sneak a peek. All we see is the tail, folks. But either way, here we are in the wonderful Dallas-Fort Worth. Again, Friday Night Ops, which is really making Georgia Airport, even though we're not flying into there, the Atlanta Center should be on. So we'll go from there. At any rate, folks, let's go ahead and finish buttoning up this aircraft. One thing that I was looking at most certainly was where we should be. I'm trying to figure out the arrival. I was trying to have everything set up for you guys, but I'm looking for the arrival information for Memphis on our first leg.
American 670 passing 10.8 for 17.
American 670, good evening, climb maintain level 340.
Continuing 340, American 670.
Okay, so Memphis definitely has a few different options for runway landings. Looks like 18 right is an option at 9,320 feet. So perhaps we'll just program that in. Let's see here. Horbucker 18 left, 18 right. And of course this is all subject to change. And I think it would be this one here, the 18 right. And we're transitioning ELD, of course. And now we can go back to the flight plan and take a look at that information. And that's exactly what we need there. So now let's type in our flight number here, which is Envoy 318. And Envoy, again, is a regional airline that flies regional routes for American Eagle, I believe for United. Obviously, as you saw the paint job outside, we are American Eagle. Let's take a look at that one more time anyway and get that door button up because we're getting ready to get out of here. Again, if you zoom in here and come over here, you will take a look at the fact that it says Envoy Air right here for American Eagle. So you can see that's what we're flying for, operated by Envoy Air for American Eagle. Let's go ahead and get this door closed while we're at it so that we verify that that comes up. All right, you see the door coming up. All right, it's time to get real. We're getting ready to call for our clearance. So let me just make sure what our VATSIM frequencies are. Okay, let's see. Clearance delivery is not on, nor is ground. So we need to be filing with tower, which is 126550. So let's switch that over. 126550.
Delta 157 Fort Worth, KATL.
All right. And we also need to put our TCAS to standby. And we will get the music off here shortly here. Okay. Let's go ahead and stop the musica for now. All right. So that's a good deal. Music is shut down there. And now we can go ahead and call for our wonderful clearance. It should be fork 2 with fork transition. Dallas-Fort Worth Tower, Envoy 318 IFR to Memphis.
FedEx 4916, wind 17013.
Hello, Captain Cooper. How are you? Thank you for joining us, and we are just getting started. So welcome aboard. Hope your Friday is going well so far.
At the end of the after 11, I think you said. FedEx 4916, RNAV lane, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. That's 1916. Here we go. Thank you.
All right, so we're literally just waiting for us to get that clearance. We might have been stepped on. We don't know, so we'll go ahead and transmit again here shortly.
Envoy 318, DSW tower cleared at Memphis International Airport via the Fork 2 departure. Fork transition then is filed. Climb via the SID. Departure frequency 118.55. And squawk code is 0537.
Cleared to Memphis as filed. Fork 2, Fork transition. Climb via SID, squawking 18.55. Or that's for departure, rather. 118.55 for the departure, and squawking 0537, Envoy 318.
Envoy 318, read back correct. Expect runway 17 right. Advise ready for taxi.
Okay, expecting 17 right. Will advise Envoy 318. Alright, so that's the good thing, is that's pretty much what we have planned, folks. So we're leaving Fork. We did plan for pretty much 17 right. Now what we can do here as well, this is kind of just a follow-on piece here to it. And if I remember correctly, we filed 350. So let's go ahead and get 35,000 feet here in our initial cruise. And now if we wanted to come over here to this MCD index and just basically echo the departures that we did, so we're selecting a runway of 17 right, and this is just the way, I don't know why they did it this way, but it is what it is. So you kind of have to do the same thing on both sides. And yeah, it's a little bit silly, but it is what it is. So we're going to go ahead, and the transition is... There we go. So by virtue of that, now it's going into the arrival, and we're going to put in KMEM. And like I said, I'm just basically doing this on this side, even though this is the one that controls it, basically. And we said in Memphis we were selecting 18 right. Boom. Select. And then the star that we were on is going to be the Hoboken. Hoboken 3, 18 right. Transition, so we'll select that. Approach transition is going to be Dawson, 18 right, so that'll be it. And we'll select that, and we'll select approach, and we'll select that, of course. Now we come back to the MCDU index, and we can do our route, and then out route waypoints. And the first one is a fix, which is Fork. Let me pull that up. Again, I'm just doing this just to make sure we're covering all of our bases. And then we can get out of here. So Foxtrot, Oscar, Romeo, Charlie, Kilo. And we'll enter that right in there. And we'll save it. And then the only other point that we need to worry about is Echo Lima Delta. And that is a VOR. And we'll enter that right in there and save that.
American 45, 45,
and
then
go from there.
right,
Now we need to make sure that we are most certainly adhering to the departure of the Fork 2. Alright, Fork 2 departure.
Kilo Echo Golf, and we've got the squad code in the box now for American 4545.
So climb heading, top altitude is for runway 17 right, climb heading 170 to cross text at or above 5,000, and boom, boom, boom. Alright, so this is what we're looking at. Here's our departure. Let's read the narrative. For 17 right, climb heading 176 to 1120, then direct across tracks at or above 5,000, then on track to Jolin, then on track to such and such. So our top altitude is 10,000, and the initial heading we need is 176. Alright, so 10,000 and 176. So let's set this for 10,000. And we will also set our heading to 176. There we go. Now we need to make sure this is on the FMS, which now that'll be on the FMS, of course. And let's see here. Let us make sure our flight director is on. And of course, the rest we can get figured out. Let's go ahead and get the APU on and get pushed back, of course. And let's come over here and put our squawk code in. Is 0537.
Just felt like we were at a NASCAR race for a minute right there.
0537.
500.
That's in. And of course now we can come up and get this APU going. Let's see, you might be able to hear it in the back. Yeah, I can hear it spooling up back here. Alright, you can see we're going to be having a safety briefing here in a second.
Unable to find view ID.
Alright, we might set some other views up while we're en route. And we got the APU coming up on board, so let's see where that is at. Alright, we should have APU up and available.
American 42, radio.
And if we
American
take that off, it switches right over to the APU. Now we can get our pumps on, of course, and let's turn all of our fuel pumps on.
American 42, DFW.
So there is the bleed, and the isolation valve is on. Now these will turn on once we turn the aircraft on, and the only thing that really is on when it's lit is this one. Otherwise, if this is on, it means it's off. So that's the little trick to this aircraft. Now we need to go ahead and get our red beacon on, because we are getting ready to go for pushback. So left is clear and right is clear. Okay, let's look down. Let's get rid of this piece here. You can see the parking brake is up. So since we are getting ready to move back onto the ramp, let's go ahead and put that on. And let's start our pushback.
Grounded cockpit, tow is driving up.
Alright, while that tow is driving up, let's also set up our vertical profile. So, what we're going to do is click this, and we are going to make sure the aircraft ascends probably right on up to a good
American 45, 45.
2,200 feet per minute here, which is already preset. And while that's happening, let's listen to the ATIS if it's available here. If not, we'll let's see. Yep, the ATIS is available. 123775. So we're going to come here and type the ATIS in here. 123.
American 42 requests ILS clearance to.
All right, that should be in there.
With ATIS informational member.
Okay, let's turn COM 2
all
on.
doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
1 second. No problem.
American 7, DFW Tower, wind 17013, gust 20, RNF land, only 1 hit left, clear for takeoff.
Hi, Captain Wind, RNF land.
Winching strap and adapter in position. Release parking brakes when ready to start pushback.
Clear to Los Angeles International Airport.
So it doesn't look like the ATIS is working.
Status filed. Flying via the SID. Departure frequency 118.55, squawk 0517.
Let's see, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if she said release the parking brake for pushback.
Could you repeat the transition again?
American 42.
Let's go outside and check something out really quick. I was trying to figure out why that ATIS wasn't working.
Starting pushback.
Okay.
And you may start engines.
Seeking transition, squawk 0517, then contact the departure frequency. American 42.
American 42, leave correct.
Once again, welcome aboard X-Craft. We are creating the most flyer-friendly aircraft, and it's our sincere hope that you have a pleasant experience with us today. At this time, I would like to review some of the safety features of this Embraer 145. Please refer to the safety information card located in the seat pocket in front of you. You can follow along as I point out the airplane's safety features. There are 4 clearly marked exits, the main cabin door through which you entered, an exit on the right side located at row 2, and 2 window exits located at row 11. Take a moment to locate the exit nearest you, keeping in mind that the closest usable exit may be located behind you. In the event of an emergency, this aircraft is equipped with floor path lighting located along both sides of the aisle, which will guide you to the exits indicated by lighted exit signs.
American
In the event of a water landing,
regional
your seat
departure. Have a
cushion
good one.
may be
Have
used as
fun.
a flotation device.
Oh, departure
To use,
yesterday,
pull
thank
it
you,
up and
Anthony.
away from the seat frame, and put your arms through the straps on the underside of the cushion. Then
American
rest your upper
42,
body on
I
the
just
cushion.
confirmed with the,
Federal aviation
cleared on
regulations
18 left?
require your compliance with all lighted signs,
American 42,
posted
yeah, you can
placards,
expect
and
from 18
crew
left
member
for departure.
instructions. Federal law prohibits smoking in the
Runway
aircraft cabin and lavatory at any time. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying a lavatory smoke detector is prohibited. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the
American
metal
45,
clip into the
45, not ready,
buckle.
regional
To
departure, see
tighten,
it.
pull on the loose end of the strap.
Alright, so they're continuing to do the safety brief, which we were very diligent listening to. Let's go back up to the front. You'll hear him muffled there.
Also for your safety, we require
Now let's go ahead and check our flight plan here.
while seated. In the event we encounter unexpected
Or let's go to legs actually and make sure this is what we're doing. So the aircraft
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
does understand what to do.
Then pull the mask to your face, making sure the
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
When placing the mask over your nose and mouth, secure it with the elastic band and tighten the tabs on the side. Even though oxygen is flowing, the plastic bag may not appear to inflate.
Alright, so we are by holding points 6, push back from the Echo Concourse.
Please check to make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened low and tight.
Alright, so everything here is good to go. So we can go ahead and get this engine started right now, of course. Parking brake is set. And then the only thing we need to do really quick before we truly get going is to come over here and look at our performance.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
So we
Hand
come back
signal
here to
right.
route.
We'll see you next time and have a safe
Let's come
flight.
over here to performance now, and you can see at flaps 9 that we are, here's our V speeds right here, and let's check perf 2, and we have our cruising altitude of 350. Don't worry about this Mach simply because we are essentially managing our aircraft with our throttle, since there's no auto throttles here. So essentially we need our trim to go to 7 up. So let's go ahead and put that trim to 7 up. No pun intended, my peeps. Alright, 7 up is selected. Our V1 and rotate is at 137 at flaps 9. So there we are good to go. So we'll keep our legs in here, of course, and that way once we get up in the air, we'll go ahead and make sure that we are following our prescribed route. Okie dokie. Okay, let's see. Flight director. Okay, there's on. Let me make sure that all works there. There we go, back up 2,200 feet.
At your discretion.
Perfect.
Taxi.
Okay, now we can come up top and make sure everything is on, bleeds are on. So essentially now all we need to do is open this up, turn it to run, and over to start. You can see the engine is coming up.
American Sega. You looking for an update on the delay?
So these are those FedEx, so they come up all by themselves.
American 2015, I'd say about another 15 minutes, and I would say we're rolling.
Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be 2014. 2015, sorry.
So our pitch is good. Let's go ahead and select our flaps. And of course we need to come down here and make sure we push this button here for the takeoff profile. And you can see flaps are indicated and, at 9 and selected.
Forward Tower American 209, IFR.
Let's see. That first engine didn't start well,
American
so
209
let's
DFW tower
come
clear
here
to
and
Atlanta, International Airport via the
see if
42
that makes a
departure,
difference on that
four
bleed. Let's
transitions
get another start
filed.
sequence
Climb
here.
via the departure frequency 118.55.
So there's that bleed that we didn't turn on. I'm more than likely figuring out.
0503.
There, now you see the engine coming up.
Fork 2. Fork 2, fork transition, climb via SID, departure on 1855, squawk 0503, American 209.
There we go.
American 209, read back correct. Expect from 17 right for departure, advise ready for taxi.
17 right, we'll call for taxi 209.
Alright, so now we can turn the isolation valve off in the bleed. We can turn these bleeds back on. Packs are coming on, and those are coming on. Now everything up top is good to go, so we can go ahead and extinguish that APU. And let's also make sure on our ground ops that we got rid of our ground power, which we did, which is a good thing. And we are ready to go. Flaps are set, trims are set, and there's really nothing else to belabor here on this except let's get out of here. Dallas-Fort Worth Tower, Envoy 318 with the weather. Pushback from the Echo concourse is ready to taxi.
Envoy 318.
Hey honey, how you doing, baby?
17 right, taxi via Kilo, Echo Golf.
17 right, Kilo Echo Golf, Envoy 318. Alright, honey, Captain Cooper, and anybody else, welcome on board. We are getting ready to literally taxi and get out of here. So without further ado, engines are up and running, so we want to get this taxi light on. There we go. And red beacon is on, strobes are off, and we're ready to go. Alright, let me see here. We are taking Kilo, so straight on over, that'll be Kilo, and then all the way up to Echo Golf. Alright, think I got it figured out. Park and brake is released. Alright folks, welcome aboard Envoy Flight 318 with service to Memphis and then on over to Atlanta. And flying time for this leg is about 1 hour and 4 minutes. So we'll see how that works out. Hope you guys are going to be entertained and stay comfortable on board, of course. All right. We need to work our way over to the right slightly.
And Tower American 209 is ready to taxi.
Wait for those vehicles to leave a little bit. Now we can come over here and pick up Kilo.
The Kilo Echo Hotel.
Kilo Echo Hotel 217 right, American 209.
American 209, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were an A300. Let's take you Kilo Echo Foxtrot.
A from Kilo Echo Foxtrot 209.
Alright, this should be Kilo here.
American 2015, you ready?
We're almost ready. I'm just waiting on one right now. Fire up.
Okay.
American 42 ready for taxi.
American 42, runway 18 left, taxi via Hotel Yankee, Zulu Golf.
Taxi to runway 18 left via Hotel Yankee, Zulu Golf. American 42.
Alright, Captain Cook, enjoy the plane. Has disco lights I'll read that in a second. Let me multitask here so we don't crash. Alright, so let's keep rolling on down there. I'm just going to read my departure notes here one more time. 17 right, climb 176, then direct across Trex at or above 5,000.
American 2015, Roger.
So there's a jet pulling out in front of us.
It's okay.
Let's see here. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the direct button in here. And then we'll be going direct Trex here in a second. Once we get up in the air and get on a heading of 176. Which should basically be the runway heading. Alright, so we have heading and we've got our actual ascent profile where it needs to be. Alright, there's where we are on the field, of course. Alright, just wanted to give us a look here. Alright, Captain Cooper says every plane has disco lights on the floor. Yes, it does, Captain Cooper, absolutely. Again, hi honey, love you too. And thanks for riding along here, guys. It looks like we're behind some type of Airbus. But we'll be heading 176 on departure, and then we'll be direct to Trex for this departure out of here out of Dallas-Fort Worth. Alright, and we are taxiing right now at looks like 13 knots, so we can kind of pick it up a little bit.
American 209, ready to go.
Paper 29.
American 209, wind 17013, gust 20. Alright, Trex, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff.
Alright, he's going to tell us the RNAV to Trex as well. So that's what we want. That's why we got Trex all situated. Now another thing that I did forget to put in right now is the current altimeter. And the current altimeter is 3006. So let's do that. Alright, 3006 is in there. Now we're going to sidestep a little bit and go into the middle taxiway. So let's brake a little bit, and it's a drastic turn there, so we'll ease over here. You can see that Airbus right there, he's getting going. He's out of there. Safe flying, my brother. Alright, we're almost to Echo Golf. First turnoff will be Echo Hotel. We're leaving Echo Golf, of course. That was the instruction we were given.
American 209, contact regional departure.
Over to regional at 209. Is that 125.02 or 19.4?
1855.
1855, not even close. Thanks, sir.
American 2015, it's your turn, 17013, gust 20. RNAV land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. Oh, hell yeah. 18 left, clear to takeoff.
Alright.
Only an hour delay. Oh well, that's part of the fun. And Fort Worth is my favorite airport anyway, so.
Alright, we're over here on Echo Golf, and our departure frequency is
American 42, need some assistance?
is 1855.
American 42, currently taxiing to Zulu, I believe.
American 42, make a right turn now for Foxtrot, take
Alright, parking brake is set, and let's get 1855 plugged in. Oops.
Right turn, Foxtrot. Sorry, I just realized I missed Zulu. American 42.
Envoy 318, you ready?
Envoy 18 is ready for departure.
Envoy 318, wind 17013, gust to 20, RNAV Trex, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, RNAV Trex, 17 right, clear for takeoff, Envoy 318. Alright, so with that being said, now we can hit this Trex button. And now Trex is going to be where we're going to RNAV to. Strobes are on. Final is clear. So you guys can see which way Trex is. So we need to basically make a right turn to about heading of 60. Or left turn, I'm sorry.
American 2015, contact regional departure 118.55. Have a good flight.
Puerto Rico departure 118.55. Thanks. American 2015.
Let's line ourselves up here. Takeoff power is set, folks. Airspeed is alive. V1 and rotate.
Rotate. V2.
Positive rate.
Are you ready?
American 42, ready.
Gonna pull back
American
on the power.
17013, gust 20, RNAV land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Gonna trim that nose down slightly.
18 left.
Landing gear is up.
Envoy 318, contact regional departure, see you later.
On over to departure for Envoy 318. We'll see you next time. Alright. We're starting to make that turn, of course. Now we can go to nav, autopilot, and everything else should be taken on its own. We can go with the flaps up. And let's make our switch.
2356, Display 928.
Number 8928, reduct track.
Let's turn that taxi light off.
American 209, contact Fort Worth Center 135, Fort Worth.
135, 17, American 209.
Dallas Fort Worth departure. Envoy 318 is 3,100 climbing via SID.
Envoy 318, regional departure, radar contact. I see turn left, pretty far off.
Roger, we were given our nav to Trex, so we got off the field and made our left turn to get on course direct to Trex for Envoy 318.
Envoy 318, clear direct Mana.
Okay, clear direct Mana for Envoy 318. Thank you, sir. Alright, so now we can be cleared direct to Hannah. Up to 17,000 for Envoy 318. So direct. Let's see here. Let's clear that out. I don't know why it's not giving us. Let's go direct intersection. We want to choose Hannah. Huh. Okay. So let's go direct Hannah. And I don't know why it's not letting us put it in there. Let's go legs. Let's type in Hannah. Alright, let's get 17,000 in there.
Envoy 318, confirm Hannah.
Okay, yeah, we'll be going direct Hannah here for Envoy 318. Okay, just experiencing a few problems. I don't know why it wouldn't let me go direct to Hannah. But let's make sure we're going up to 17,000. And let's go to legs. Let's go back over here to direct intersection. And we want to go direct to Hannah. I don't know why I keep saying invalid entry. Hannah, direct to. I'm not liking this. Alright. So, let's go over here to legs. And see if it will let me go direct Hannah. Oh my goodness, what heading is that? 7-8. Let's see, we are on nav. Direct Hannah.
Where you go?
Invalid entry. I don't get it. Alright, Hannah. It won't let me go in here. Oh my goodness, we are definitely experiencing some problems here.
Wait, 3, turn right, heading 120.
Okay, right, heading 120 for now, and the problem is our FMS, for whatever reason, is not letting us go direct to Hannah. So it must be a glitch, and we'll get on the heading. We'll get on the heading 120 Envoy 318. All right, so you guys can see it's always interesting here on the channel. We got some type of malfunction there, but now we need to get on the heading of 120.
Number 89, Juliet.
American 42 is at 5,000 climbing via SID.
American 42, no departure.
Alright, so let's go back over here now and see if it'll let us go direct there. Let's see, direct Hannah. Still not letting us go direct there. I just don't get it. Let's try Hannah. Won't let me do it. Okay, now let's try something here. Boy, this is something else. Let's go over here to legs. Let's bring our rate of climb down slightly.
Envoy 318, contact Fort Center.
Over to Fort Worth Center for Envoy 318. Alright, so this is not going too hot if we can't figure out why we're not getting direct 135, 175. Fort Worth Center Envoy 318, 17,000 on a heading of 120.
Delta 2996, turn left heading 220 vectors in trail space to Albuquerque.
Pull that speed back. Let's make sure we're in the climb profile as well.
Envoy 318, Fort Worth Center, welcome, climb maintain level 350.
Up to flight level 350 for Envoy 318. Alright, so let's go up to flight level 350 now.
Fort Worth Center, Skyhawk 9953, ready to go 19er.
Skyhawk 9953, turn on course. Wind 150 and 13, or 19er, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 19er, on course 9953, appreciate it.
Forward Center, American 58,
Alright.
for 5 minutes.
Now, let's get back here.
Loud and clear. Who was calling to step away?
Let's see if we can look at our route.
1678, that's okay, yeah.
So not even that, nothing on this side is going to even help us out.
I reckon 45.
Gotta be basically on this.
Terminate, please change approved.
Oh, we're sending American 4545 radio check.
Line and clear.
Alright, so let's go here to Lang. And we'll see if...
Fort Worth, American 209er, request AFK for about 5.
American 209.
We can't even switch to the next... I tell you what, here's what we can do. We can delete this. Not found. It's always something. It's always something. Okay, so we're almost... We're going to turn ourselves basically east here in a second. Let's make sure those landing lights are off, which they're not, because we've been fooling around with this, and our altimeters need to be put into the standard position.
Forward center, wow, 853, looking to pick up clearance office.
Alright, 29902. And let's see here. Hey, Chief Sim Pilot, what's going on? I know, like for now, we'll be back busy. Log off the network. Yep, we're heading all the way to Vectors. That's tough. Good luck. Yeah, appreciate you, Chief Sim. I know, having these mad problems here.
Contact approach 118.1 for Wildlife Class 2. Thanks.
Dallas Fort Worth, Envoy 318. Is it okay if we go ahead and go direct Lang now that we're pretty much back on course, sir?
American 318, clear deck El Dorado, if you can do that.
Okay, appreciate that. Clear deck El Dorado for Envoy 318. Alright, so let's get on the heading of 90 first. And let's get this down a little bit. Alright, so now we're clear direct El Dorado. Let's see if that will let us do it. Aha, there's where the problem was. There was a discontinuity. So I think I figured out what the problem is. And previous page. Let's see. So let me figure out why there was a discontinuity there. Let's go to legs. Let's delete that. And now we can come down here. So ELD from fork. Okay, that was the problem. That was the problem, is there was a discontinuity. So let's pick ALD and plug it in there now. Exit that. Direct now. So there was the problem, is we had a discontinuity. So now we are back on track. We did have a discontinuity in there, and that was the problem. So nothing we couldn't figure out, but it took a minute to figure out that we did have that discontinuity in there. So that was probably my fault where I didn't check that, but the route looked good. Clear that discontinuity first. Sweet. Yes, Chiefs and Pilot. Boom. Together we did it. Didn't realize it was the discontinuity. So again, just troubleshooting. That was tough. So appreciate your help on that, brother. Alright, so now that we have that done, we are good to go. We'll just continue to monitor our climb now and get where we need to go. Alright, guys. Woo! That was hard work figuring that out. Again, Chief Sim Pilot and everybody else on board, thank you. Alright, so now we're going to nose down slightly here. So we pitched down to about 1,300 feet per minute. That way I can pick up a little bit of speed on this climb. Now what we want to do, since we did just experience a wonderful, wonderful issue, let's go ahead and step through the rest of our flight plan here. Alright, and we'll make sure that we... let's try to step through it that way. Alright, that looks good. That's basically our arrival, and of course that's all contingent if the airport weather stays the same. So let's go ahead and increase this range here. And let me get rid of some of this clutter on the map. Take some of those airports off, and we can take the VORs off. Waypoint VOR range. Alright, so there we go. Let's go ahead and expand that range some more. Alright, we're going to keep our climb right here about this speed.
3959 forward center.
Sounds like there's something going on. Let's take a look at what we look at with a little flyby here. Whew, she's cooking.
Air France 3959, 125.72.
All right.
Southwest 2022 reset, transponder squawk 2226. 2226, Southwest 2022. American at 954 for work.
All right, folks.
American 954, Fort Worth, go ahead.
So we are cruising.
954, you're clear at the Seaver intersection, Sierra Echo Echo Victor Romeo. Join the Seaver for arrival.
And it's been interesting so far.
Clear to Seaver, join the Seaver for arrival, American 954.
All right, so we do a little texting and flying here.
Sorry, that is 624. Contact Memphis Center 134.42. 134.42.
All right, cruising right along. Pretty soon here, if you look here, we're only going to have about another 5,500 feet to go after such a busy takeoff. Now let's come over here and look at our legs and look at our distances again. So let's see, we got ELD 134 nautical miles, Faye, Otis, and so not entirely too far. And of course you guys know that we're going to take a look at what we're doing. This is also too where we can put some autopilot information in here.
Straight from the Seaver for arrival, right for the base fix.
Square up that heading.
It's asking me for a transition point though, that's what I'm asking.
And we're doing Mach 0.71.
Not letting you load up that transition, you can load any of the transitions, so just go direct to Seaver and we'll work out for you.
That'd be direct to Seaver, American 954. Forward center, American 209, is back with you.
Alright, so the good thing about this network is we're not going to be getting switched over a whole lot, simply because we just won't. And
Forward center, American 2329, we'd like to step away for a moment, we'll call return.
Looks like the ATC is off in Memphis.
2329, roger, let me know you're back.
Fort Worth, American 954, descending towards Seaver 4, request descent permission.
American at 954, descend via the Seaver 4 arrival, the altimeter is 3004.
Descend into Seaver 4, 3004, American 954.
Alright. Let's go ahead and just decrease the rate of our descent since we were losing a little bit of speed there. So as it stands right now, if we take a look here, we don't have, the ATC was on, there is no ATC right now in Memphis. So even when we get to Memphis, we may do a hook around and actually maybe even come back right to Fort Worth or go somewhere where we have ATC, maybe even to, we'll see. But for the time being, we are flying right here to Memphis. You can see here we are Envoy 318. And then once we get to the next center, there is no ATC as it stands right now. Of course, you guys all know how that works. That could change in a moment's notice. So let's go ahead and get some jams back on board now and keep figuring out our lives.
Aircraft calling, no voice, only carrier signal. You're most likely outside of airspace. If I would receive your voice.
All right. Very good to go.
FedEx 1625 for Worth good. Needing squawk 2354.
All right, let's pull that speed back now. As you can see, we're about to hit right into that barber's pole. There we go. We don't want to overspeed a little bit. Not in the least. Not even a mile over.
Fort Worth Center, Delta 2594, flight level 320.
All right.
Delta 2594.
Throw in some more power now to stabilize our speed right here at Mach 0.77. And we are cruising right along.
Number 25, Charlie Juliet, Fort Worth, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 450.
All right, let's go ahead and put it in the cruise profile now.
Connie 1015, Fort Worth, welcome.
All right, sorry about that. Just handling some business there. We are headed on over to Memphis.
Number 249, Juliet, sorry, that you're 7 us. Climb maintain level 380.
We are doing good. We'll see if we get ATC that comes on board or not.
Approach 125.02.
If not, you know how we do it. We're going to handle it ourselves. No worries there.
Number 25, Charlie Juliet, forward center, climb maintain level 450. Welcome aboard. Climb 4505, Charlie Juliet, buddy.
All right, we are most certainly doing good at this point.
Station 5, Charlie Juliet, get to
Let's kick that speed up just a little bit more. Okay, so I think we can start looking at our arrival into the Memphis area.
FedEx 1625, clear our St. Louis.
Alright, see that speed is still picking up. Let's bring it back slightly. About right there should be okay. Alright, let's come down here and just look at our arrival, FAE, Otis, Horbuck, flight level below flight level 230.
Delta 2594, you're going to contact us.
Otis is above 16,000, so it does have the right points in there. We should be able to now come over here and look at the progress page, and it may or may not say our top of descent, which it doesn't. Let's see if we get any type of progress here that will tell us that. I believe if you go to perf 2, and we click on progress, we should have top of descent here, but all the points aren't in there again because this thing is, you got to use both of these in order for this aircraft to even work correctly. So we're not going to get any of that information in here, obviously.
Southwest 909.
But we just know we need to be above 16,000 at Otis and below flight level 230. So there's a little trick that I'll use to do that. Let's keep this back on perf. This one's not really important at this point. This is, well, actually, we can keep it on the autopilot, which I like, because we can quickly plug in stuff here and all that good stuff. So that's what we'll do, including the vertical speed. We can most certainly do that as well. Or we can do it up here on the glare shield.
2015 green cycle transponder squawk 23.
There we go, just right underneath that speed. And let's take a look and see what our fuel is doing right now.
American 2015 forward.
So we got about 5,000 pounds, 5,140 pounds of fuel all together. Let's do a little health report. Everything's in the green on the hydraulics. All of our generators are sharing the load. You can see our battery 1 and battery 2 information. And here's our pressurization. Everything's here good on pressurization. One thing we did forget to do, though, was put in that 35,000 feet, which is more important so we can depressurize. So let's put that cruising altitude at 35,000 feet. There we go, 35,000 feet in there.
66 forward, welcome aboard, climate change level 340.
And the bleeds are still good, oxygen pressure is still good. And we're all good here, folks. Just cruising right along. Alright, thanks for staying on board.
209, message center is offline, your radar service is terminated for exchange cruise. Korea, come American 209, have a great evening, please the 86. Give me that. There's 7 checking on 9 minutes, give it.
He'll be telling us that there in a minute.
Southwest 5027, flight level 410. 5027 forward, good evening.
So instead of going to Memphis, we may alter our route and head on back to Fort Worth. That way we can take advantage of Friday night ops here.
Delta 1620 forward, good evening, climb maintain level 290. Target 1678 forward, center terminating 360 vectors intro Phoenix.
Now one thing that we are going to have to do is go over to Unicom, so we might as well get that ready, which is 1228.
Target 1678 forward.
Alright, that'll be where we're going to turn over here in a second when he transfers over, unless some ATC comes on. Alright, moving right along. Our speed is stabilized out right there at 273. And I always do this. I forgot to do 2 things. Put the in-flight timer on and put my flight plan in my active sky. So let's do that now.
2015, squawk 2362. Back at 1678 forward.
Alright, weather's going to update here in a second. There he goes. And it even got rid of that texture popping that was happening there, so that's a good thing. Alright, let's take us a sip of water before things get too serious. We're almost going to be at the halfway mark in the flight.
54 contact regional approach 125.02.
Contact regional approach 125.02, American 954.
Alright, once again everybody, this is
565 contact, Albuquerque Center 120.907.
Envoy Flight 318 service from Dallas Fort Worth to Memphis, and then after that we don't know where we're going next. I think I'm going to head back this way, and that way we can get back into some ATC. That's the whole goal. I do like flying with ATC. I know there's times that we're going to do it without it, but I prefer it with, and if we have a great Friday night ops situation, we can just turn right back around and get in the ATC area.
Envoy 318, Memphis Center is offline area service, but terminated for exchange approved.
Okay, we'll go over to Unicom. Thanks for your service for Envoy 318. See you next time. Alright, so now we are most certainly on our own. And let me check the winds, make sure what they're doing again in the Memphis area. Alright, Memphis area, winds are out of the south still, so landing on runway 18 right still makes sense. So here's the winds, and this will probably change again one more time before we get there, so we'll see if those winds stay to the south. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they do. Alright, let's keep cruising right along here. Let's go up top again and just make sure everything was off, since we got so distracted by our flight discontinuity that caused us not to be able to go direct. So I think I know what happened. I think essentially once we did the flight plan, you know, I did the departure out of Fort Worth with the fork and fork 2, then we added ELD, which was basically the transition waypoint onto the arrival that we're taking into, which we'll look at here in a second, into Memphis. And when I did that, what happened was it caused the flight plan discontinuity, and I didn't see it, I didn't catch it. But we caught it eventually, so that'll be something that we don't want to reduplicate again. Alright, you guys can see us making that northwestern turn there. Alright, speed looks good. We are doing well. So let's go ahead and take a look now at the arrival. Okay, here is the arrival. So we're going to be coming on Faye here. This is our transition point. So now we are traveling, like I said, in that northwestern route. At Otis, we need to be above 16,000 feet, but we need to be below flight level 230 here. So probably right around here. We definitely want to make sure we're at least at 16,000 feet. And we are, of course, landing south because of what the winds are doing. So we're going to come all the way up, and then we'll be downwind here for a one-way 18 right, which this is what that is. So from Sinbay, we'll come all the way up past Bowen, continue on that heading of 360, bring it back around. So now let's make sure our FMS has those waypoints in there that we want. So in order to check that out, we're going to come right here And here's the Sinbei and here's the Bowen. And then skis, and then this is where we vector ourselves over to the runway. I'm not sure what this delete is here. That might be on the approach. Which it's not, so I don't know. That's just a delete there. Oh, maybe because we have this vector. So once we pretty much, because pretty much we're going to stay on a heading of 051. So we'll figure that arrival out. Which honestly, I thought we had programmed that in already, so that's peculiar that that's not. Let's go over here to the flight plan. See, and it's even got 18 right already programmed in there. And it's got via 18 right. Now we are direct FAE, and a FAE to Otis, we need to be above 16,000. So essentially I'm going to set our descent to be, I believe I'll just use the TAMI fix, which is... Okay, right here. Here's the TAMI fix, and at this one we need to be at least, we'll say, I'll shoot for at least 14,000. So that's what we're going to base our descent off, especially since we don't have any type of ATC. So TAMI is essentially 35. 24, then 28, and we need to drop all the way down to 14. So we might even just go ahead and start our descent now, essentially, because we are reeling that in, and that's essentially, let's see, 33 plus 28, that's basically 60 miles, 61 miles there. So yeah, I think we can start a nice little soft descent for that area. So let's pick an altitude of, let's see what 15,000 feet does for now. All right, and we're going to go ahead and start that descent. All right. Can't remember in this aircraft, which I think we are going to get a representation of the arc. So if you look here, this ring here is 80 miles. So at TAMI, essentially, like I said, we want to be at about 15,000. So we'll see where we are here, but we should have no problem getting to that point in 80 nautical miles. That is right now, it's only a difference of, let's see here, less than 20,000 feet. So we're okay there. And then we know what runway we're heading to, So again, at Otis, we just need to be above 16,000 feet, which I don't think we're going to have a problem there. So we'll keep that descent profile there and monitor Otis. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get our approach information in. So for 18 right, the actual localizer is 1099. So let's get that plugged in there. The way we do that is we come here and move this around 1099. So that's in the nav 1. And if we want to come down here and go over to our radio page, if this has it, I don't think this one does have a radio page here. But if I remember correctly, this might have a radio page, which it does. And here's our comms radio page. And now we can go ahead and put in that frequency of 1099 in the nav as well. So 109.90. Now we have it in the nav 1 and 2 as well. And there is no ATIS to get, so we don't need to worry about that. So let's come back over here to our autopilot page and keep it there. Could throw in a little bit more power. Then of course we need to get the barometric pressure here in a second. Alright, let's watch our speed there. And let's decrease there. And you can see this is Otis, so we'll definitely be above 16,000. Hopefully a TAMI will be below flight level 230, so we'll monitor that. Alright, so now that final course heading is, final approach course is 180. And we'll actually worry about that once we get there. Right now you can see we're going straightening up here on course. Alright. Here in a second we'll start making some announcements to our fellow pilots. So what I'm essentially going to do right now is I'm going to square up the heading. And we're going to throw it in heading mode so we can see if we can program in those other points. So after this vector, we want to put in Dawson. Let's check our speed really quick. Alright, want to be cognizant of that speed. Alright, Dawson is actually DWSON. After Dawson, we're doing McVeigh. After McVeigh, we're doing Braille. And after Braille, we're doing Elvis. Then after Elvis, we're doing Sam, which is SAAMM. Then execute that. Let's go to previous. Now we can get right back on to our nav. And now no matter what, we'll have a reference. Airplane is just getting itself back on course because the winds push us off course a little bit. Alright, so now we're definitely going to be below 23,000 feet at Otis. So that's a good thing. Let me check my chart again. Alright, let's see. The Hobbrick. So Otis, okay, we were good. We're supposed to be below flight 2000, flight level 230 at Hobbrick, which is coming up next. So we're definitely going to be below there, and we want to get Tammy at about 15,000. So our next point is Hobbrick. We're definitely below that. And then Tammy, we want about 15,000, 16,000, so we'll be good doing that. Let's also come here and take a look at what our altimeter is going to be. So altimeter is 3022. Let's change that now since we don't have any ATC. There's 30022. Alright, about 5,000 to go to Tammy. We should be just fine to make that. Once we get below 10,000 feet, we'll go ahead and turn on our landing lights. Alright, we got to slow down too because at Hobbrick we're only supposed to be at 280. Let's see if that even says. Oh yeah, see Tammy, Hobbrick 280. So we got to slow our speed down to 280, which we were speeding a little bit. So let's bring our speed down. Alright, we have 14,000 feet selected. Still need to bring that speed back just a little bit. Alright, we have passed below 18,000 feet there. Alright, had to fix my controls. The mouse was wigging out on me again. We're about right at that speed. And here comes Tammy, so we should be there for sure at our prescribed altitude, but we can't go below 14,000 feet until we pass it. Then we can go ahead and descend down to 10,000. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and set the altitude for 10,000, but then we'll just monitor our descent and make sure at Tammy we don't go below 14,000, of course. Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 is direct Tammy, descending via the Hobbrick 3 at 15,800, expecting a full stop landing on runway ILS 18 right for Memphis traffic. Alright, so you can see we're at 15 now, so let's go ahead and slow our descent down. Alright, you can see here I slowed our descent down since we're already at 14. Throw more power in because we're nosing up. All right. In we go into the Memphis area. And we are supposed to pull up to gate Charlie 10. We'll take a look at that and see what that is going to do for us here in a second. Alright, we got Tammy in about 4 nautical miles, and then we can continue our descent down to 10,000. Alright, we're about where we need to be for now. Once we get past this next mile or so, then we can continue our descent. I'm just making sure our speed stays good here. Alright, now we can continue that descent. On down. We'll watch our speed there. And we are on approach into the Memphis area here on this Envoy Flight 318 service from Dallas. Once we get to Memphis, I'll figure out where we're going, but I think we'll essentially maybe go right back to Dallas-Fort Worth. And do it that way. We did have Atlanta planned, but the ATC is not favorable there, so we'll make a decision here after our first flight. So let me show you guys where we are landing here once we get to Memphis. Our gate is Charlie 10. Here's Charlie 10, and we are landing on runway 8 right. So let's see what that looks like. So here's 18 right we're coming in on. And I believe our gate is over here, so we need to get off and either way we'll have to back taxi and bring it all the way up into Papa, Tango, or November. And then again, once you see the gate C10 is right here. So from this corner, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 from this little stand. So we'll try to get it. Again, it's going to be right over here. So we're landing on 18 right. We'll get off to the left. Even if we go full runway, it doesn't matter. And we'll taxi all the way back up, all the way over here, back onto Juliet. As you can see there, Juliet. So we'll come using probably this Tango, pick up Juliet, and then we'll pick up our parking right there. Charlie 10, so we would hope it goes that smooth. Alright, and once we get to 10,000 feet, we can stay there for a little bit. Let's start calculating our arrival speed. So if we come over here to Perf, right now we can take a look at our total weight is 48,359. So we can just establish it's going to at least be 48,250. So let's look at that again, what that weight was. 48, so I'm going to say 48, we'll round up 48,250, we'll just say 48,250. And you can see flaps 22 and flaps 45 is not a whole big difference. So if it's all the same to me, we'll come in at flaps 42, or 22 I should say. Alright, and we are pretty much getting ready to level out at 10,000. And let me see how I'm doing on my speed, see if I'm supposed to slow down at all. Okay, we should be basically right here at 250. And then once we get to our next point, we need to basically be at 210, so we need to start bleeding speed anyway. All right, folks, we are descending into the Memphis area. There we go. Actually, we'll bring that back to about 10 so we can see what we're doing. All right, and let me tell you guys what the, if it says it's modified VFR, right now it does say it's VFR, and once we, there's some broken clouds below 25,000 feet, which you guys see here, and then there's broken clouds 8,500 feet below, but there is 10 miles of visibility, and the wind knots are at 7, so we essentially will be landing about 147 knots once we get to the deck. Once we make this turn, we'll go ahead and square ourselves up. All right, let's bring that speed back a little bit so we can get 210. All right, steady bleeding that speed. Okay, so for our approach, and it's pretty clear, so I'm thinking, guys, we might even just take this thing visual so we can take a little shortcut. Once we make our turn, Boeing is supposed to be between 8 and 6, but since I'm choosing to do the visual, let's go ahead and at least get ourselves down to 4,000. All right, we are now descending 4,000. All right, let's keep that speed down, and let's see how we do on this approach here. All right, folks, so we are below 10,000 feet, so let's go ahead and get our landing lights all on. There we go, landing lights are all on. All right, we're gonna pull that speed all the way back now. And again, don't forget, we're gonna be landing flaps 22. And now we wanna basically fix our well, we'll put this on the takeoff profile once we are on final, so those engines can do what they need to do. Let's see if we have any bird's eye view. There we go. Into the Memphis area. And the field should literally be right over here to the right. There's the field over here, folks, which I thought I saw there, and we do have a pilot over there, so we do need to be making some announcements, because you see there's a yellow tag there, which means that's somebody there. All right, enough of that fool's play. Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 is downwind, runway 18 right, expecting full stop for Memphis traffic. All right, let's come over here, folks, and work with the range. So you can see here at McAvey, you're supposed to be 4,000. At Braille, you're supposed to be 3,000. So I'm going to go ahead and descend 3,000. All right, 3,000 is put in here in the target altitude. And now we can start observing what our flap speeds are here. So flaps 9 is at 250. So let's go ahead and deploy first stage of flaps. We can add some drag on the aircraft. Then our next stage is literally 22, which will give us, and that's we're supposed to get that at 200 knots, and that'll be our basically our landing speed. So 9 is selected. Now let's go ahead and square up that heading. Go into heading mode, and now we're going to go into nav mode for ILS 1. And we said that heading was 180. All right. There we go, folks. We do have the ILS in there. ILS 1 is armed, and now we can essentially go in here. Well, first of all, let's go to the legs. Next page, there is no more discontinuity, so now we can say we want direct to Braille. Let's see, next. Not in database. How's that not working? Let's see, let's do Dawson. Let's do this one. Valid entry. Let's go back again to our legs page. And then let's delete that discontinuity. Alright, we don't need it anyway, folks. We're going to be doing the visual here. Alright, our speed has gotten way slower. We weren't paying attention. Alright, folks, let's go ahead and go flaps 22 and start making our turn. Alright, we'll keep it right there pretty much at approach speed. And now it's time to cut the music off. Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 base turn, almost direct bribe, and then turn to final for runway 18 right for Memphis traffic. So we're already pretty much at approach speed. So let's go ahead and take a look and see if we get a visual on that field again. Look, there's a FedEx aircraft coming in, so hopefully we don't bump heads. Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 is getting ready to turn for final for runway 18 right, full stop for Memphis traffic. Alright, as we get a little closer, we'll get on our heading. So now it should be pretty much off of our 3 to 2 o'clock. All right, we'll check it out. Speed is still looking good. Let's go ahead and start that turn. Memphis traffic, Envoy 38 turn has turned for final for runway 18 right, full stop, Memphis traffic. Alright, let's pick up on that speed a little bit. Alright, and we are looking good. We're basically McAvey, we'll stay here, and then at Braille, we're supposed to be at 3,000. So we'll keep it about right here for a hot second. So yeah, I'm just curious why none of that worked. That's okay. Alright, so that kind of got us working there. So now we are direct Braille. Let's go ahead and dial that speed back a little bit. We do have approach flaps already then there at 22. And then again, if we come down here, let's go back over to our perf. Gross weight is still good. And we can come over here and verify our landing speed of 141 plus F, so about 148. You guys can see the airport there. Slightly off heading, so let's get over just a slight bit. So I went ahead and captured the localizer anyway. We were already on there, but I just hit the localizer for it to be captured anyway. So we're about to hit our glide slope. And look at this, we have parallel landings. You can literally see that FedEx guy who has made no announcement. Maybe he doesn't have a voice, but you can see we are staggered and he's on approach. And we're about to get our glide slope here. Alright, landing gear is coming down. Let's wait for us to get 3 green and watch that approach speed there, of course. Alright, landing gear is down, 3 green, flaps 22, and we are on final approach on into the Memphis area. We do one thing up top, let's get our taxi map ready to go, so once we land...
Traffic number 738 Delta Charlie, 737 BBJ, taxi to runway 20 center point short.
Alright.
The inbound FedEx.
Gear is down, let's go autopilot off.
Autopilot.
Alright, we are on our own. We have a good approach speed here. Right, everything's working out pretty nicely here. Speed is trying to creep up a little bit. So now he's talking.
FedEx 5059, this is November 738 Delta Charlie, the ground in Minneapolis. Memphis, you are, I can have you inside, I'll be waiting. I'll be fully sure about 20 center for your room.
Memphis Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 is on final for runway 18 right, full stop, and we are parallel to the FedEx aircraft from Memphis traffic.
I got both you boys inside. Let's see who can butter this thing up.
Let's do it. I'm actually live streaming right now, so let's see if we get that butter, brother.
Hey, I am too. Ironically enough.
Nice. Hey, send me your YouTube channel as a message on VATSIM, and I'll check your channel out, brother, and I'll send you mine.
Sounds good, you man. I'll do that.
And nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, same thing, same here. I'm doing fly, by the way. I'm on Twitch.
Okay, roger that, and I'm on YouTube. All right, got a fellow brother.
Roger that, buddy. I'll find you on YouTube when I get it 10,000 people.
Okay, roger that, and I'll message you and send you the YouTube channel so you got it. So don't worry about that, brother. Have a safe flight.
Thank you, you too, and safe landings. Cool.
Thank you, brother. All right, so a little bit of banter, keeping our approach speed right where it needs to be.
$500.
We're kind of crabbing onto the field.
Minimums.
Landing.
$100. $50. $10.
All right, we're floating her a little bit. Great landing. All right, we definitely have the reversers out. Reverse free. All right. Not a butter, but a great landing. And I floated her a little bit. It's no big deal. I really enjoyed that approach, though. And, man, we got on that reverse pretty doggone quick. Looks like we're on Whiskey 3. What is that?
Copy that, and this is November 7-3, it's Charlie holding short runway 18.
Alright, let's clean the aircraft up.
Hold short runway 18 center at Memphis for any other inbound on 18 center.
Okay, Memphis traffic, Envoy 318 is clear of runway 18 right on Mike 3. We'll be taxiing November Tango Juliet to the ramp, and just FYI, we didn't butter it, but we got a great landing, so it's like negative 160 something. So thanks, guys. All right.
Hey, no worries, buddy. Thanks for the streaming, and tell your if you have any viewers right now. Hey guys, what's up?
Roger that. All right, guys, a little bit of friendly banter. Okay, guys, so we are here now. It's time to get this APU up and running. And then we can most certainly decide what we're doing with our life. All right, we're going to be taxiing on November, so let's keep this going straight here. Welcome into the Memphis area.
Memphis traffic, November 7th, taxi on running runway 18 center Memphis for departure to the north.
We're going to come over here and pick up November to Tango to Juliet and find our gate. I'll get to you guys here in the comments. But that was rather enjoyable. We were still able to use the ILS information. Thank you for saying a great landing, babe. I appreciate you, honey. All right, Captain Cooper said butter, but we got a great landing. Maybe on our next one we'll get butter. Hope you guys enjoyed that landing here into the Memphis area. We'll watch that replay here in a second. And then we'll get going for our next route. Which at this point I think we're just going to go right back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Alright. We floated a little bit too on this landing, which we'll go back and do the replay. I think should be safe. This aircraft doesn't do anything too much here. So thank you guys for staying on with that approach and landing here into the Memphis area. You can see we had a couple other pilots on here, and we got one Twitch and live streaming, and I'm live streaming on YouTube, so that's funny. Alright. Captain Cooper says that was a nice flight. Thank you for saying that. And we're going to do some more here, Captain Cooper. We're not scared. Alright, our next taxiway will be Papa. Then we're going to go... we could actually take Papa as well, looks like, to Juliet. Here's Papa. But we'll take Tango since that's what we said. Here comes Tango. All right, there we go. Now we're going to be looking for Juliet. Alright, next one should be Juliet, not this one. Remember, we said about that fourth gate from the corner would be Charlie 10. Here comes Juliet, my fine people. Alright, I think I see our gate. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can see that FedEx aircraft over there. Alright, that was C4. C8. And this next one is going to be C10, which is our gate. Alright, here is C10. We found our gate C10 as promised. All right on the line as usual. Look at that, guys. And we're just going to ease up. until we get to our stopping point, which will be pretty much probably the last one. And then we will get into the replay. All right, parking brake is set. Let's go ahead and turn our taxi light off. There we go. And let's, of course, come over here, and we need to turn our information to standby. All right, that's what we're gonna do for now, and now we can go ahead and disconnect from the network. Let me send this guy a message first. Let's see here before I forget. First of all, I got to see exactly who he was while I'm checking him out. Let's come outside and do this outside shot before we start the replay. All right, let's see here. So he is up, and guess what? Memphis, we have ATC again, so that's good. Let's see, and I believe that guy is, let's see, dot message, and his call sign is 738DC. Okay, so let's do that. 738DC. Message November. Where's he at? In 738 DC. All right, so we sent it there. I'm pretty sure that was the guy. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Hopefully he comes back in, just giving him another second or so, but I don't want to start the replay. Anyway, we'll have to do that, and if we come back on, he can send us another message. We don't have all day to belabor this. All right, so we are disconnected from the network, and let's get into our wonderful, wonderful replay. You know how I like to do it. All right, so now we're getting ready to get into our replay, of course, and see how we did on arrival. All right, here we go. Let's go outside and do a good old tower view. Thank you, Chief Sim Pilot, for saying nice. We're getting ready to do us another one. See, we had us a nice little profile. All right. Boy, she was a beaut landing there. We floated her a little bit, but we did manage to get her slowed down. Alright, so let's run that back and get my wife's favorite view. Then we'll get a wing view and be getting our other flight set on up. Alright, here you go, honey. This one is for you. You know how we roll. Nice soft touchdown. Again, right pretty much in the middle of the runway. We will most certainly take it. We will most certainly take it, my peeps. Let's go ahead and run the replay back now while we get stuff set up, guys. We are going to do a nice little wing view here, of course. We'll choose this wing over here. And we're going to ride this in while I get some other information ready for our next flight. And I'm just getting the flight ready here, folks. I'll let you watch the aircraft taxi in as I get this next flight all ready to go for you. Alright, she is pulling up to the gate on this replay. And once she is here, we will get on our way back on over to Dallas Fort Worth. All right, and we're back on board. Of course, let's stop that replay. Replay is all done. Now remember, we need the passengers to disembark, so let's get that door open. Let's get that ground power unit going now that this replay is over. And of course, we want to hit that GPU, and we can turn the you know what, let's just run the APU, and that'll be one less step that we need to do since we're trying to get out of here pretty quick. The last thing we'll do is put some fuel on there, so let's go back to ground ops to get rid of that GPU. We'll just run the APU for the time being, since we already have that up and running. We can put those bleeds on, and we'll open that isolation valve. And then now let's get down here, folks, and initialize this. So essentially we're just going to come back over here, initialize FMS, and the next flying altitude is going to be 32,000 feet. Final cruise is also 32,000 feet. There we go, and we can clear that out. So we are at Memphis, and we do have ATC this time, it looks like. Like I said, they always come up whenever they want to. DFW, and flight number again is Envoy 318. Return service back to Denver. And let me look here and guess what runway we will be leaving from. See if the winds are out of south. I'm looking at 18 center for departure runway, so let's choose that. So now what we can do is go over here to departure and arrival, and we are departing on, because now we do have our trusty flight plan. We are departing on the Children 5, or the Children 4. It says the 5 up there. I don't know why it's the 4 here, but either way, we're choosing runway 18 center and Children 4, and we're doing ANSWA transition. So now that's over here into the flight plan. And then let's delete this. This always comes up for whatever reason. And then our next waypoint is RSA VOR, it's lit. And then from lit, we go to meow. All right, everybody. Thanks for staying along on the stream. And we're getting ready to get out of here once again. You guys can see we got meow in. And then now we need to type in few. Boom. And then from few, we're going to do our arrival. And we're just going to assume we're going to get, you know, this, which we don't know if we are, but that's what we're doing now. And then this is the Bridge 3. Let's see. Okay, so the Bridge 3 doesn't like that. Okay, no wonder. We're going to do the Server 4, because that's for Southern Runway, so invalid entry clear. So let's see, let's come back out, go to departure and arrival, and unselect that. Let's cancel the mod, go back to the index and see if we can start all over again. Okay. There we go. Now we have the Server 4 selected. And that should still give us this runway here. And we don't know if that's a transition, but that's what we're going to put in. And next page. So vector, Server 4. Let's execute that. Now we should be able to look at our flight plan. and see if that makes sense. Alright, so now let's look at our legs and make sure we don't have any discontinuity, and you see we do, so let's go ahead and look at our departure. Something's going on here with our departure, so let's take a look at that. And so this is for all the runways. I don't know why that's. Oh, you know why? I know why, because I think we deleted everything out. So now we need to come back over here, select that, ANSWA runway 18C. Now let's go back to the flight plan. Now we can go back to legs. Now we should get rid of any discontinuity, which will be right here. So after ANSWA, it becomes, let's see. And after ANSWA, actually, it should have went to lit. This thing is always doing something interesting. Flight plan, ANSWA. Okay, so after ANSWA, it's supposed to be lit. So let's get that fixed up. Okay, after ANSWA, lit. Can't do anything here until you get rid of that. So now let's try to put lit in here. Alright, so it's more than one way to skin this cat. Alright, after lit, we're doing meow. After meow, we're doing few. After few, we're doing server or receiver. Let me make sure that makes sense here. Let's look for KDFW. And that's the server or receiver for. Let's see, after few. And we can pretty much stay there because after few, we're basically going to be on the same heading. Let's see. There's a couple other points that we need to have in there on the arrival, like proud. So right here, we need to also put in proud. I don't know why it's missing these, but it is. So we'll put that in right here. Then after proud, let's also put in sailor. LR. Then we'll go to Seaver. That's good enough. Boom. Let's execute that now. Now let's go all the way up. So runway, Cheto Mudo. Alright, here we go. So Cheto Mudo, Nixo, Pepper, Childer, ANSWA, Lit, Meow, Few, Proud, Sailor, Seaver, Bridge, Nuss, Yacht, Vector, Okay, so I like that, folks. It looks really good. It even has our missed approach in there. It's got our altitude. So the fuel that we need for this wonderful flight now, especially since we've been burning fuel, is we need 7,687 pounds, so we'll go right for 8 probably. So let's go here and add 8,000 pounds of fuel to the aircraft. $8,044, and we'll apply those changes again. Getting ready to take off here, so we have everything in here. I don't even really need to worry about this thing other than making sure our performance. This thing basically does nothing on here, so this is almost useless in doing anything with there. Let's go ahead and put our trims up. Since we got the APU on, we do have hydraulic pressure already. You can see here our gross weight now is back up to 52,174 pounds. We landed at 48,000, basically 900 pounds. So there you go, folks. So we have this in here. We have our trims in there. We have our performance information all squared away. There is absolutely no reason for us to not get out of here. Let's go one more up. There we go. 7 points up, flaps 9. Let's go ahead and connect to the network now. And just see if we still have ATC here. And we do have Memphis Center here on board. Let me go ahead and our alternate is Houston. So I'm going to go ahead and punch in this flight plan here for you guys. There it is right there. Let's come over here first and we'll do Control V. Now we have to get rid of these things that say DCT. That just stands for direct, but the air traffic controllers most certainly will chew you out if you have that in there. Fuel on board is the same. We got a little headwind coming back, so it'll be a little slower, plus the route may have added some distance there. Our departure time is going to be 0300 Zulu, and of course we are going from Memphis on over to DFW with a alternate of Houston, Memphis, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, 03 on the departure time, which is Zulu time, hour and 29 minutes in the air, 32,000 feet. We'll go ahead and file that flight plan, and let's tune in to Memphis Center 3365.
Runway 18 right via November, Mike 9.
November, Mike 9, or 2630, thanks.
Memphis Center Envoy 318, looking for IFR to Dallas Fort Worth.
Envoy 318, clearance on request, expect a PDC clearance shortly.
Okay, we'll expect the PDC Envoy 318. Alright, so he's going to send us the PDC. Captain Cooper says it's Saturday morning in South Africa and I am on a A350 with my dad. Well, wow, Captain Cooper, that is awesome. Send your dad our regards and happy flying there. So he's going to send us a pre-departure clearance via text. You can see some other aircraft there. Again, I'm expecting 18 Charlie. So if we want to get our pushback going, I'll do that now, simply because we're waiting for him to get the pre-departure clearance together. He may make some changes, he may not. We'll see how that works. Okay, there's our pre-departure clearance there. So let's read that together. All right, pre-departure, route cleared. Children, Answa lit, Meow, Fem, Broge. The Broge 3, so we need to change the arrival. Runway 18C is right, maintain 5,000 feet, expect departure frequency 13365, contact ground control for taxi. Okay, so our squawk code is 5651, and we need to change the arrival. So let's go in here now and change our squawk code. It's going to be 56. Oops. It's going to be 56 there. And that's 56.
Southwest 1365, turn right, heading 190, join the runway 22 right local.
So there's 5651, and let's see if we got the ATIS. We don't have any ATIS here, so we'll look at our what we got going on there. Okay, so let's come down here now and change over once again our departure and arrival. So arriving in there, we are going to select, he wants us to go to the
Southwest 1365, descend and maintain 3000.
Bridge 3. Oh, and you know what? On our flight plan, yeah, that was a problem on the Bridge 3. We're going to actually, we don't need to do that. The problem is on the flight plan, we want to do the server.
Now it's 5824.
So I copied it in wrong. Let's do the server 4.
5824.
So I'm just changing it on VATSIM.
7,000 down to 21. That was 5824. I think your last assignment was flight level 390. Descend and maintain flight level 240, sir. Please don't leave your altitude without ATC clearance.
Receiver 4. Somebody's getting in trouble.
240. Level 4241. You're leaving my airspace to the east Atlanta Center currently out.
So let's see if we can leave it in there. We didn't make any mods yet.
Go to Unicom, 4241. Thank you for your service. Have a great evening. United 2630 radar contact. Say altitude leaving.
We're currently passing through 2,439, 2630.
2630, climb 16,000.
16,000 and 2630.
Memphis Center, Envoy 318. We did receive our pre-departure clearance and would like to just change the arrival into DFW to the server 4, please, for Envoy 318.
Envoy 318, roger, sure. After a few, you can expect the Seaver 4 arrival.
Okay, roger that. And I did refile that again using the plugin, so you'll have that updated, sir. Thank you.
Very well.
All right, so there we go. So now let's go ahead and
ready for taxi.
Fix that up.
Maybe 26, maybe
Pre-plan
29,
our pushback here.
69 left center taxi, runway 18 right, via November Mike
we
9.
can essentially just do the pushback to about right here.
18 right,
Let's see. Let's see, yeah, because we don't want to push all the way back. We could just push back to right here and then make the turn. So it'll be a very simple pushback, basically.
Southwest 1365, airport 12
Alright, let's verify our fuel and get out of here. Fuel is about almost 8,000 pounds. Alright. Let's go ahead and call for that better pushback now.
Southwest 142, contact forward center 135.
Alright, and we're going to climb and maintain expect 5,000 right off the bat. So let's get 5,000 in there. And we'll get this back onto the FMS, of course.
Southwest 3787.
Flight director is on, so that's good. Now on the departure of the Children 4.
Maybe 2969, RNAV ribs, 118 center, clear for takeoff.
Alright, so 18 center. 18 center, climb heading 180, accept course 212 to Cheto, then on depicted route to Children. Climb top altitude is 5,000. And we know departure is going to be with him.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
So on departure, we're going to climb 18 center, 180.
65, runway 22 right, clear to land.
Winching step and adapter in position. Release parking brake when ready to start pushback.
Alright, we will definitely do that. Let's get our red beacon on. And let's come down here now and release that parking brake. And let's just make sure that door is all closed up.
2630, climb and maintain 17,000.
17,000, 2630.
Alright. So the door is closed up. We've got everything good to go.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Alright, so everything else up top is on. And let's take her advice on that. Let's go ahead and start our right engine. See, we don't have anything up there. See, Gasper, APU bleed. Bleeds are on. Let's see, we don't have an engine start there, so that's not good. Let's go back into the takeoff profile and look back up top why we didn't get that engine start.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Alright. Parking brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Alright, everything is on here. Fuel pumps, da-da-da. APU is on. Everything auto. The bleeds are on. I'm like, does this... Last time were these bleeds on? Oh, that's why the packs were still on. Now we can keep this to auto and disconnect it. Now we can get that engine started. We just didn't do that once we got back. There you go, folks. You got to know your aircraft. Now we got some rotation there. We are pushed back. Let's make sure that we go ahead and get our transponder on now.
Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time, and have a safe flight.
Thank you, ma'am, for saying have a safe flight. Let's go ahead and do this.
Take a minute to get straight now.
So we got 5,000 programmed in there. Of course, the last thing we need to do is get the updated altimeter.
I've got to call in at 5,000, ready to climb up if needed. Maybe 2969, kind of maintain 16,000.
Alright, let's see what's going on here. Let's get that closed. Alright, now what is going on? Let's see, Gasper should be the auto. Alright, packs are off. Bleeds are on. Let's try this again. Alright, let's turn this windshield off. Isolation valve, let's see that open. We didn't do that last time and it allowed us to start it. Alright, let us...
Southwest 1365, welcome to the Nashville Airport taxi.
We got the right started.
When you're able, taxi to the ramp of the Foxtrot Hotel.
Okay, let's come back up top here and figure out what's going on. Last time it was this that caused us not to start the engine, but if this is the ice, this is supposed to be on auto.
United 731, contact forward center 135.17.
Again, APU's on. I'm not quite sure why we're not getting a start, but let's keep working it.
Have a good one, bud. Take care.
Let's see what we got here. Rudder system and off. Yes, yes, yes. It's still off. Why are you not starting?
1365 tonight.
See, generators on. Just having a little bit of problem getting the engine started here. No worries there.
254. You're cleared to the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport via radar vectors. Dallas, then as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 3205 minutes after
See, you
departure.
definitely need the bleeds on. Okay, these mean they're off, so that's good. APU bleed is on. Last time the only other thing we did is that. And let's try to get this into the start sequence once again. Alright, that pump is on. So, we didn't do much, but the engine, I just recycled a pump and then got it back on. Now we got the engine starting up. Here's some percentage here. So, again,
254,
that's the way it was. We had it auto. We had this here. I just cycled this engine pump to off and on, and that's what it was for the hydraulics. So, there you go. Now, we can... turn that off, turn the APU bleed off, get the actual bleeds on, turn the packs on, and let's make sure that's going well, and it is. Sitting here burning fuel on the ground. How much fuel we got left? About 4 and 4 is 8, that's good. And now we can turn the APU off. Red beacon is on, and we'll get the taxi on here in a minute.
269, climb and maintain 17,000.
Let's get our vertical profile set up.
Maybe 29, United 2630, climb and maintain 17,000. Radar indicates your level at 16,300. The Memphis
Alright, we'll do a climb at 2,300 feet. And
climbing to 17,000, 2630.
We'll get it on LNAV right away.
Southwest 5824, descend via the Chesney 2 arrival, landing south, Nashville altimeter 3029.
Alright, we are good to go. Let's get out of here. Captain Cooper, okay, nothing else there?
Memphis, good evening, Delta 329, checking in, left 360.
And let's not forget our pressurization here like we did last time, so we're going to 32,000 feet.
Delta, what was that, 4390?
4390, about 5 miles from Victor Uniform, Zulu, checking in, 360.
Just to make sure I'm not blocking anybody, which we're not.
Delta 4390, Memphis Center, squawk 5624.
5624.
Memphis Center, Envoy 318 is pushed back, and we have the information at the airport ready to taxi. So he's looking at our taxi route right now. We need to do a right turn if we're going to...
Envoy 318, taxi runway 18 center via Juliet Kilo Charlie.
18 Center, Juliet Kilo Charlie, Envoy 318. Alright, so we have our taxi instructions, as I said, to the right, so let's go ahead and
Delta
get out of here.
49, correction, Delta 4390, radar contact, just crossing the Vulcan VOR, flight level 360.
Alright, flaps are down, trims are set. Let's get out of here. Alright, so Juliet Kilo Charlie. So we are on Juliet, and Kilo is coming up. So then we're just going to take Kilo, which is perpendicular to Charlie, and then we'll make a left turn. And this is Charlie right here, so we'll just do this quick slight perpendicular turn and then back on over onto Charlie. Boy, that turnaround took longer than possible. I tell you, dealing with these aircraft is always something. So welcome back on board, and we're taking this basically to Charlie 8. Alright, you can see we've got our new flight information up there from going back to Memphis. Captain Cooper's back. Welcome back, Captain Cooper. Alright, there's Charlie 6, and we're coming down to Charlie 8, of course. There's Charlie 6. There's 7, and then there's 8 coming up. This is Charlie 8.
318, RNAV Cheeto, runway 18 center, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Cheeto, 18 center, clear for takeoff, Envoy 318. Alright. So we're going to RNAV to Cheeto, get our landing lights on, of course, and our strobe. And we'll make our nice turn on the runway, and we are ready to take off.
Memphis Center, Southwest Road 15, flight level 3000.
Southwest 117, Memphis Center, good evening, welcome.
Takeoff power is set.
Memphis Center, great to finally be in your airspace, sir. American 71, checking in V40, good evening.
Airspeed is alive.
American 71, Memphis Center, welcome.
80 knots. Coming up on V1. And rotate.
Rotate. V2.
Positive rate. Gear is coming up. All right. It's just giving that notice because of the terrain. So that was the only notice. We were up and climbing. Now we are on course and climbing at 2,300 feet per minute. Okay, folks, we can go ahead and look back here and watch the flaps go up.
Okay, 254.
Flaps are coming up.
Taxi runway 20 right, utilize the inner concourse, Tango 2 Bravo.
All right, let's go ahead and get us into the client profile.
Envoy 318 radar contact, say altitude.
3,300, climbing 5,000, be said for Envoy 318.
Envoy 318, climb and maintain 16,000.
16,000, Envoy 318. All right, so let's go ahead and go up to 16,000.
Center 92630. Yeah, 2630 Memphis Center, step up. Maybe 2969 Memphis Center. Clear direct, boosh.
And I'm gonna nose down a little bit to about 2,000 feet per minute so we can keep a good climb. And of course, we can come all the way over here and get this taxi light off since the gear is up, strobes are on, everything is looking good.
Yes, sir. The pitch might be slightly off course. I'll show you it's heading basically eastbound. Clear direct, boosh.
Maybe 1069 direct to push.
United 2630 Memphis Center, say request.
Just wondering, are we around
All right.
17,000?
On course we go.
Pressure once we get air.
And we are floating right along.
Yes, I'm going to have a turn. I'm going to blow it
we'll get
short.
some
If you
music
want,
up.
it's okay. You can do it now. Just send a maintain 16,000. And let me get you an altimeter setting. Step up.
All right, and then once we get to flight level 180, we'll go ahead and put this in 29902. So far, so good, folks. A little hiccup with our departure. All right, we're going to throw in some more power now. Start picking up some speed.
Yeah, 2630, Cape Girardeau, altimeter 3018.
3018, 92630, thank you. Really appreciate it.
All right, we're going to be climbing about 1,900 feet per minute. And we can still be a little more aggressive on that. You can see this; those engines are so strong.
Yes, sir. Maybe 2969. Center maintain 16,000. The Cape Girardeau altimeter 3018.
Maintain 60,000.
All right. Leaving Memphis back for Dallas Fort Worth, folks. breaking the speed limit just a little bit. You're not supposed to go over 250 until we get above 10,000.
Skywest 5824, you can expect a visual approach runway 20 right.
So we're speeding just a little bit, that's okay. And we're at 10,000.
Skywest 5824, you can expect a visual approach runway 20 right.
Alright, landing lights are off. We're still in that climb profile. We're at 270, which is fine.
Aircraft Memphis Center will be off the frequency for just a moment. I'm going to reset the audio for VATSIM and see if that helps on my end. I'm having difficulties.
Alright, he's logging off and logging on. So he'll be off frequency there for a second. So we'll stay right where we're at. Increase climb power just a little bit. Alright, and let's notice the aircraft flaps are up. Gear is up. And we are rolling right along on this turnaround. Of course, we forgot to start our time. Let's go ahead and start that.
And Memphis Center's back on frequency. Southwest 5824, you can expect a visual approach.
Alright, I believe it is time to jam out now. Since we finally got out of there.
Maintain flight level 320.
Up to flight level 230, Envoy 318. Alright, let's go ahead and get our flight level in there of 320. There we go. We've been given our final...
Envoy 318, Memphis Center.
Yeah, go ahead, Memphis Center.
Delta 4390, you're receiving Memphis. 4390, I have you. Very well, sir. Just radio check, thank you. Envoy 318, Memphis Center.
Memphis Center, Envoy 318.
Envoy 318, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Up to flight level 320, and the funny thing is I heard you the whole time and responded, and it said transmitting, so maybe there's some server issues, but we're going up to flight level 320, Envoy 318.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
54,
right.
fly runway heading. Runway 20 right, clear for takeoff.
There we go. We had already had that in there, so...
United
we are rolling.
Contact Kansas City Center 125.72.
Over to Kansas City Center 125.72.
Just watching that speed as we continue to climb. We might have to pitch down the higher we get because the air will be thinner.
Skywest 5824 Memphis Center.
Alright, cruising right along.
Go ahead. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were receiving me before. I've been having some audio issues. You can expect a visual approach runway 20 right. Roger, looks like that visual 20 right, and unfortunately I can't bring it up on the FNO, even though we did know the vector is after it was long.
Alright, just updating my active sky. We've got about 1,000 feet to go until we get to our cruising altitude, or I'm sorry, not cruising altitude, but till we get to our, there's the weather updating, to our standard transition altitude here in the United States. Alright, 29992's in there, 29992. And of course I could have just clicked at the standard here.
United 254, radar contact, say altitude leaving.
6,500 altitude, United 255.
Yeah,
as we see speed bleed a little bit, we'll go ahead and pitch down.
Turn to it, fly runway heading, continue straight out, climb and maintain.
And we are rolling right along.
Up to 15,000.
So if we add maybe 3 or 4 minutes of this, that'll be our full flight time. Again, everybody, thanks for staying on board here with this return flight to Dallas-Fort Worth. Alright, as you can see, we're bleeding speed a little bit, so now this is our opportunity to pitch down a little bit. We'll continue our climb at 1,700 feet per minute, so here's where I'm doing that. As I saw that speed bleeding, now you can see it kind of balancing out because we adjusted our pitch so that we don't need to lose any speed at our 290 climb here. So we'll keep an eye on that, folks.
Yeah, 254, clear direct Daniels.
Clear direct to Daniels.
Alright, there we go. Get a little shot where we can also monitor the speed here. Alright, we are doing good here. Alright. Let's go up top, make sure everything is off and clean. Strobes are on, nav is on, and red beacon is on. Logo is on, fasten seatbelt is on, and no smoking is on. We are rolling right along, folks. Let's see if we can chase that butter landing there in Dallas and see what we got to do. We got less than 10,000 feet to go now to our final cruising altitude. We are going to be fighting some headwinds right now since we're traveling back in a western direction, which means we are fighting the jet stream. We get a snapshot here and see if Dallas-Fort Worth is definitely still on. Let's give you guys a shot at what we're looking at as far as ATC. So here we are, lonely, rusty, dusty Envoy 318 here, as you can see. And we are heading right back over here to Dallas-Fort Worth, and it's all gray, so that means we do have air traffic control for the time being.
Dallas 5824, turn left heading 200, radar vectors runway 20 ready.
Alright, pull that power back just a little bit. You see it creeping up on us, and we definitely want to watch that.
United 254, radar contact lost.
There we go. I'm going to double check and see what the winds are doing.
United 254, you're back in radar. Your radar contact 15 miles south of the Nashville vortex. Climb and maintain flight level 320.
Yeah, up to 320, United 254. Yeah, I've had frame rate problems, so I went back in and reset my settings on the graphics. United 255.
Alright. Trying to pull up some weather here in Memphis. Or not Memphis, rather, Dallas-Fort Worth. Alright, Dallas-Fort Worth. Winds are still out of the south. So we could probably expect 17 center. Let's go back and see what gate this thing parks at.
Now with 5824 affirmative, sir. 020 heading, descend to 4,000.
Okay, so we're going to be parking at gate E28. So same concourse we left from. Okay, you guys see that speed? It's kind of doing what we want. Let's go ahead and pitch down a little bit. You're going to see the pitch come down a little bit because we only got about 5,000 to go, so there's no need to make the aircraft work any harder than it has to. All right, all right. Alright, in the meantime, let me go ahead and look and see what our next frequency more than likely is going to be. And I don't know yet. There's 2 Fort Worth centers on, so we'll just have to sit and wait. Right now, we are direct to Little Rock VOR.
United 254, turn left heading to, let's call it 270, and when you're able, direct diagonals, and we'll take you going both the north of course.
270, direct to Daniel. See, I gotta hit a waypoint here so I can turn on LNAV. So, thank you very much. United 254.
Alright, and you can see that barber pole coming down because we're getting higher. We're climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute. And we still got to watch that speed. We want to leave it right here. That barber's pole exists there simply because we don't want to overspeed the aircraft. So this aircraft is not designed to go any faster than what that that means I'm hungry, than that barber pole represents, or else the aircraft will overstress, could potentially fall apart, have engine problems. And once we level out, we will most certainly put ourselves into the cruise engine profile. Alright, about 1,100 feet to go. So we do have 17 center in there.
Maybe 2969, contact Kansas City Center 125.72.
Pulling the power back ever so slightly.
Center 125.72. Have a nice evening, take takeout then.
Alright, we're at about 800 feet per minute. You can see the wind is right off our nose at 81 nautical miles.
Skywas 5824, turn right heading 080.
200 feet to go. Alright folks, we can come over here.
71, contact Fort Worth Center 135.17.
Now we're in the cruise profile. You can see the engine is in the cruise profile now.
71, base help, have a good night.
And we are at our cruising altitude, so let's do what we can to stay right here at this speed. All right. Just watching this, trying to balance that out. If it gets to 284, I'll pull back slightly. Alright, I pulled back on that power slightly. We should stay right here at 284, hopefully. Alright, folks, I think we are good there for our cruise power. If it gets to 285 and moving to 6, I'll pull back slightly more. Again, we are doing our return trip all the way back over to Dallas-Fort Worth from Memphis Center, or from Memphis, Tennessee. We had a pretty good landing there. Few struggles
Dallas 5824, turn right heading
with the aircraft's avionics.
Descend and maintain 3000. Yes, sir, just to verify the altitude is a little noisy there on the read back at 3000.
Alright.
100 degrees, 100.
Rolling right along. Everything is quiet in the chat. Hope everybody's doing well today. Just rolling right along and trying to be on our best behavior. We are in Memphis Center's airspace right now, so we are most certainly expecting to get Fort Worth Center here shortly, probably within the next 10 minutes. Right now we're in direct Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas VOR, which is Lima India Tango, and so that puts us right over basically the great state of Arkansas, which, believe it or not, I used to live in Arkansas as a kid. I'm a product of a military family, then have been in the military myself serving, so I did live in Jacksonville, Little Rock, which was maybe like an hour and some change, maybe 45 minutes from Little Rock, and have been to Memphis as well. So I'm flying over familiar territory and basically traveled east and west over this country from coast to coast several times using the I-10 or the I-40.
Southwest 305, you're loud, clear, sir, copy.
So anyway, just a little bit of a geographic idea of where we're at.
Yes, sir.
So you guys are flying right over Little Rock, Arkansas, pretty much, and
Southwest
maybe Bill Clinton's down there somewhere waving at us with Hillary, if they even still live there. He used to be the governor of Arkansas, of course. Let's see if we can see any downtown Little Rock or anything. Kind of covered by some clouds. I believe this is the Mississippi River. Don't quote me on that, but I think it is. All right.
Speed is holding up. Right heading 180, join the runway 0 right, localizer.
180. Whew, loud back there. Let's stay up here, folks. All right, nice little view. Cruising right along. Again, everybody, thanks for staying on board here. This Envoy Flight 318 return service from Memphis back to Dallas-Fort Worth, which is our original origin for today's company work. Winds right now are out of the south, and let's go ahead and look at our arrival before we forget to do that.
Dallas 5824, descend and maintain 2,500 at the airport. At your 11, let's make it 1 o'clock and 9.5 miles.
So I really like this arrival. It's basically got us coming in here, and then we ended at Yacht.
I'm sorry, sir, it's not good the audio on my side.
That should get us right here to 18 Center, which is this third little bar there.
Scouts 5824, clear visual approach, runway 20 right.
So ILS 17 Charlie, we can definitely get that from Bossy. So let's do something here. I haven't even put in these flights, so let's put this new flight in. Let's create that, and Let's type the route in now. We know this is the Ver, and I believe it's 4. Yeah, Seaver 4. Alright, and again, let's get rid. We'll leave the direct center. We don't care about this. It'll get rid of them. Alright, so what I wanted you guys to see is this Seaver 4. Here's the last point, and this must be bossy. So let's see here. Approaches, we're looking for 17 center. Bossy, show waypoints. So I'm assuming that's bossy. What is this here? Yep, that's bossy. So that's cool. So we come here, and then here's bossy. So if we have to vector ourselves, the ATC is more than likely going to turn us here if it says southern. So hopefully the wind stays southern so that we can come and do this perfectly planned route. Otherwise, we're going to come somewhere, come down when to come back to a northern landing or
College 5824, runway 20 right, clear land.
So we are not doing too bad at all. Speed is still doing good. We lost a little bit of speed, or bled a little bit of speed, but that's okay.
Southwest 6500, Memphis Center, walking.
Alright. Rolling right along. Let me look here and see when we're going to leave his airspace there. Still a little bit to go. Looks like we may have a slight amount of weather coming back in.
Southwest 3102, Memphis Center, walking.
So here's where we are, and here's a little bit of weather reporting right here. Alright, pulled back. So let's make sure we have all of our information on here for the weather. Okay, let's get that weather radar on. Let's see, we don't want terrain. So I guess this one here doesn't simulate the weather, otherwise we would have needed to turn that on. Let's see if it's down here in the lower pedals or anything. Nope, it's up there. Unless it's not be simulated on this aircraft.
It's the audio on my end, but you're broken. Lattice 3452 Echo, Memphis Center. You're cleared to the Minneapolis airport via Elvis 4 Northwood, then as filed. Climb and maintain 3,000.
All right, keeping it moving, keeping it moving.
Expect flight level 200, 10 minutes after departure. Squawk 5657.
Alright, just doing a little texting here where everything is quiet. Checking you guys out in the chat. You guys are equally quiet, so we can just enjoy the jazz.
Dallas 5824, welcome to Nashville. Make your next left turn off at Bravo 3. Taxi to ramp via Bravo, Tango 3, Tango 4, cross runway 31.
right. Skyways are rolling on right along. Let's look at our next point. Few, proud, and then yeah, we're moving right along here, folks.
Southwest 117, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Atlanta center's offline this evening. Radar is now terminated. Frequency change to advisory agreement.
Let's see, I'm also gonna, since we're so far ahead of the game, I'm gonna look for 17 center and look for the approach frequency, which is 110.3. So let's type that in now while we can.
Southwest 3102, traffic 12 o'clock, 25 miles westbound, flight level 360, Airbus 320, you'll pass well to your left.
Okay, we're looking Southwest 3102.
Delta 4398, traffic at your 10 o'clock and 20 miles northwest, northeast bound, flight level 350, a Boeing 737 should pass behind you.
Alright, 110.3 is in there for our localizer. Should that be the right runway that we get? Of course, everything can change and they can put us on any different runway, but us landing at gate Echo 28,
Southwest 305, good evening.
they should be familiar with Envoy lands anyway.
Baltimore Airport, Channel 3, departure swap transition. Climb and maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 350, 5 minutes after departure, squawk 5672.
So we got about 30 more minutes until we're on the ground, hopefully.
Southwest 305, squawk 5672, 5672.
Alright.
Southwest 305, read that correct, expect runway 20 right for departure.
We should be leaving this aerospace here shortly. We'll add a little bit of speed here, which we always got to pay attention to, so we're back up on it. We'll probably alternate between 275 knots to 285 knots as I manage the speed. There is no perfect setting of it, since there is no autopilot. Or auto throttle, I should say. There is an autopilot, but not an auto throttle.
Southwest 3787, you're leaving my airspace to the northeast. Indianapolis is offline this evening. Radar is terminated. Frequency change to advisory agreement. Sir, good night.
You can see the speed picking up.
Delta 4390, Southwest 3102, previous eastern traffic no longer affected. Roger. Envoy 318, contact Fort Worth Center 135.17.
Over to Fort Worth Center 135.17. Thanks for ATC. We'll see you next time. Envoy 318.
You bet, sir. Good night.
Alright, so 135.17. We can actually just come in here. Let's do 135.17. And it's actually 175. Alright, 135.175. Fort Worth Center, Envoy 318 checking in, flight level 320.
Envoy 318, Fort Worth, welcome aboard.
Alright, so now we are in Fort Worth Center. And it looks like we're also going to have regional approach. We'll figure out what that is. And DFW does have ATIS of 23775. Oh, and it's already in there. Look at that.
2044 forward march.
All right, so we'll stay there for now. And again, everybody, thanks for checking this out. We are almost halfway, pretty much halfway done with this flight now, headed on over to Dallas Fort Worth. And the winds are still out of the south, but we'll check on our, when we're on approach, we'll go ahead and check that out.
Fort Worth Center, Southwest 3644, flight level 350 for 390.
Southwest 3644, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 390, there was someone else checking on.
Alright.
Circuit 1008, forward, welcome.
You guys almost let that speed go. Look at that. It's up 292, so back on the power. Visibility is good here so far. Okay, it is 0342 Zulu, so we should get one more update before we get there. Still a few clouds at flight level 180. Overcast at 25,000 feet. Altimeter's 3003, and it still says 10 miles or more of visibility in its VFR conditions. So we'll see exactly if that stays static or if we're making any changes to that.
Southwest 7106, contact method is 133.65. Coordinates Southwest.
Alright, there's that 285 speed. If it gets to 280, we'll throw in a little bit more power.
American 71, contact regional approach 125.02.
Now let's go ahead and
American 71, have a good night.
look at our flight plan. Okay, so here shortly we should start getting our descent here. Our first altitude here is between 13,000 above and below 16,000 here at Seaver. So probably, especially once we get to around this area, because let's see, from 32 to 13 is 23,000 feet times 3, 69. So right around 70 nautical miles or so, 80 nautical miles or so, we should be. So even before we get direct sailor, we should be getting our
Fort Worth Center, Delta 4290, checking in, just passing Monticello, airport level 360.
our approval to descend
Delta 4390, Fort Worth.
via the Seaver 4. Alright, I was just looking at our arrival. Our speed is doing good, balanced out basically between 282 and 283. You can see winds shifting the aircraft around just a little bit. Alright, and we are finally more than halfway through this flight. Once we get about another quarter, that should be right around the time that we are for sure in our descent. Alright, all quiet here. Let's see what we see on your guys' side here. Pretty much the same thing, but we'll ride out here for a second. We've been in the air about 37, 38 minutes, depending on how long it took us to hit our chronometer. Right now we're at 33 minutes, which again, add about 5 to 7 minutes after we took off. We forgot to get the chronometer on, so we'll roughly add that in. so horrible about doing that. What do you guys, if you're flight simmers, what do you guys have problems remembering if you're not running the checklist when you take off? Let me know. Let me know if we got the same problems. But if you guys are better about checklists than I am, then you probably won't have that same problem. Even though even in real world, pilots working together still forget stuff with the checklist, which is unfortunate. So, but
Southwest 362, request step away for about 3 minutes.
353 is approved.
We'll call you when we're back.
such good manners that young man has. Rolling right along. All right. Let's jump back over to the first officer side. Just monitoring some text coming in on my phone from my work team. It's pretty relaxing, just enjoying the music, you know. Hope you guys are enjoying the tunes and the smooth ride here at flight level 320. Again, for anybody just joining the stream or just as an update, we, if you look at the flight information at the top of your screen, we are headed to Dallas-Fort Worth, returning back from Memphis, and that'll complete our flying work today. We did depart earlier from Dallas-Fort Worth from the E concourse. We took off runway 17 right, landed in Memphis on 18 right. With a great landing, so I think it was negative 180 or something like that as far as the feet per minute. We didn't grease it, but we did get a great landing, and got into Memphis. Got the aircraft turned around, not as fast as I would have liked to have, but we had a few issues there with the FMS and figuring stuff out, as I always do with these different aircraft that I fly, but I wouldn't have it any other way because that means I wouldn't be challenged. So definitely like that challenge. And if I had a great, perfect flight in this aircraft,
Southwest 353, contact
the time before doesn't mean I'm going to have a great flight the next flight. That's just the way it goes.
Southwest 3644, contact Memphis Center 133.65.
13365, Southwest 3644.
All right, we should be getting instructions for descent here any minute into the Dallas-Fort Worth.
Southwest 353, Fort Worth. Envoy 318, descent to via the Seaver 4 arrival, altimeter 3003.
Send for via the Seaver 4 arrival, altimeter 3003 for Envoy 318. All right, folks, that is our message that we were waiting for. So now we can start descending down to get Seaver at 13,000.
Southwest 353, contact Memphis Center 133.65.
133.65, have a good day, Southwest 353.
All right, we're going to go into the Versus mode now, which is really the vertical speed, and we'll pull that power back and we'll start our descent. See, I'm watching that speed here. All right, folks, we have started our descent here, so I hope you guys are excited about that. And at Seaver, we're supposed to be at 270 knots, and between 13 and 16,000. I'm assuming we are landing south, so we're going to keep that at 13,000. Let's see yep, Proud, and then straight to Sailor, which is good, and then to Seaver, and there is where we need to be between 13,000 and 16,000, of course. So we've got about a total of 69 miles until we get there, so we'll definitely be on track to be that low there. It's a pretty cool arrival. The only really first constraint that you get is Seaver to be at 16 or 13,000 or in between. But once we get there, we'll drop about 12 knots here, 12, 11 knots, so that we can be right at the target speed of 270 knots. Then onto bridge at 250, between 12 and 11,000 feet. So here's that at 250. Between 11,000 and 12,000, so the A stands for 11,000 above and 12,000 below. So you don't want to be any lower than 11,000, you don't want to be any higher than 12,000. So that's kind of what that's saying. Same thing here, there's the constraints. So we'll definitely make sure we're set up to do that. Let's go ahead and look at our landing weights. All right. So right now our gross weight is 49,358. So I'm assuming we'll probably be calculating 48.5 for our approach. And if the winds are the same, we'll land the same. The runways at Dallas-Fort Worth are nice and long. And let's not forget that altimeter is 3003. All is quiet in the chat. I know that I'm not alone, but it is okay to be nice and quiet here as we enjoy these tunes. Not a whole lot of activity going on here in this part of the country, here in the United States during Friday night ops, but we do have some ops going on, so that's great. We already have our ILS information plugged in, so that's good. Alright, we're still doing good. We got about 40 nautical miles until we get on over to Seaver, so we're still doing good. Actually, we have approximately 53 nautical miles to get there, as you can see. We've only got about 12,000 feet to go. All right. Let's pull this checklist up. Starter before takeoff. Descent altimeters are getting ready to be set. Of course, once we get to 180. Windshield heating is already on. Approach briefing completed. We kind of already did that. Pressurization panel is set, which we know. External lights are on. Passenger sign set. More of this will be once we get closer. I was just curious if this had any information regarding our engine controls. I'm going to put it back in the takeoff performance control, but it doesn't list anything about that, so all that's pretty standard stuff. Alright, got that out of there. We're descending nicely into the area. And Seaver is supposed to be at 13,000. So let's make sure we get that all the way in there. So we'll do Seaver at 13,000 and continue our descent. At about 7,100 to go. Alright, flight level 200, we're passing that. On into flight level 199er. And we're getting ready to put that altimeter 300 tree in.
Number 5122 Alpha, Forward Center, good evening. You can descend at Powell, discretion, maintain 12,000. Advise you the weather and NOTAM at the Hobbs Airport, State approach point.
And we're getting ready to get probably switched over to regional approach. Go ahead and put our
20, 40, 40, set at Powell, discretion, maintain flight level
3003 in there.
8240, photo 4044.
Alright, we're almost to Seaver. Let's make sure we get that 270.
Delta 4398, request permission to step away for about 10 minutes.
Bleeding that speed back, and we are on our descent into the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
This is Delta 4398.
We have been successful in bringing passengers to Memphis and turning around and coming back. We originally had it planned to go to Atlanta, but the powers that be canceled that back to Dallas. True story.
4034 is over to Albuquerque, on 20.9, thanks for the service, answer.
All right.
Number for 22 Alpha, the Hobbs, altimeter is 288. And 22 Alpha, even approach request.
Let's go ahead and check the ATIS.
22 Alpha, roger.
One, 2, 3, 7, 7. That is the ATIS. Make sure of that, but it's not coming in. I think they've been having some problems. 123.775. That is the ATIS.
And then 22 Alpha.
123.775. That's it.
Or it's from either the full procedure from the Hobbs VOR or from EOR and shoot the ARC.
Got about 14 nautical miles to bleed until we.
Priming 6 sectors to final approach course for the. ILS runway 3 sky, continue to the Hobbs Airport.
Got about 2,000 to go. And we've got about 20 nautical miles to go, so that's perfect.
Envoy 318, contact regional approach 125.02.
Regional approach 125.02, Envoy 318. Alright.
American 10-08 descent. Actually, American 10-08 descent upon discretion, maintain level 240.
I was just looking, trying to find our. Anyway, let's go to 12502. Regional approach Envoy 318 is 13,400 descending via the Seaver 4.
Envoy 318 regional approach being expect visual approach from my 17 center. Gets to the altimeter 3003.
Expecting visual approach 17 center and the altimeter 3003 Envoy 318. Alright, so you can see our speed. We can come back up now, back to 270. And guess what, guys? We are expecting runway 17 center, so we are all set up on that approach. And yeah, I'm excited about that. Again, 17 center, the rusty dusty frequencies 110.3, and it's approach course of 76. So we already have 110.3 in both navs, so that's good. And we're maintaining our speed here. After Seaver, our next one will be Bridge at 250 and Nuss at 240. So right at Seaver, we need to try to drop her down to 11,000 or so. We've got about 10 nautical miles to make that happen, so let's get that all set up. And we'll already put the Versus mode on, but we're not going to do any descent yet, but it is activated. So as soon as we get to Seaver, then we'll start our descent down to 11,000. And actually, if you're being honest, and that's at 250, we can even set it for 8,000 and just make sure because all this is going to be happening soon. So let's go ahead and set it for at least 8,000. When we get a little closer, we'll shut the music down. We just know here it needs to be higher than 11,000. So we're pretty much right on target with the speed of us passing Siva. Alright, so approach course is 176. Not 76, I don't know why I said that earlier. And let's see, parking gates. We're parking at gate E28. And I know where it's at, pretty much on the opposite end of where we were parked earlier. Alright, we can go ahead and start our descent here. Alright, next one is supposed to be between 11,000 and 12,000. Alright, so I'll reduce. We're definitely going to be between 12,000. Now I'm reducing our descent. And we can most certainly get that all squared away. And we should be at 250, so you see that speed bleeding, almost there. Alright, let's pick up on the speed slightly. Keep that 250 mark. And then after we try to get 8 here, the next one will be at 6, so that's good. Alright, we're hovering right there at the 250 mark, which is good. And we are inbound. We are most certainly inbound. Excuse me. Alright, we've done a great job of managing our descent. Alright, now we're going to let it bleed down to 240 because then we got to be between, so we're at 11,000 here. As you guys can see, we're doing a great job doing that. We got about less than a nautical mile. Now we can go ahead and reintroduce that descent. Now we're going to be going back nose down. So we are clear to go down to 8,000 at least on this next leg. And of course, if we're going to do that, we got to turn our landing lights on. There we go. Landing lights are all on. Let's get that speed back down to roughly 240. All right, we are below 10,000. Then you can see here we have yacht in about 18 nautical miles. And then it's on to the Rusty Dusty approach. Then the next one is down to 6, so let's get 6 programmed in there and then just plan on, and I think we'll be fine. We got about 2.2 nautical miles. We're definitely not going to be any yeah, we should be fine to pass that and keep this same profile. All right. And we're supposed to be, well, let's look here. No speed limit there, so we can definitely stay at 230. Alright, heading is squared up. Alright, so the narrative is, so we'll stay at 230. From Seaver on track, then on yacht, then on track 265. So once we get past there, we're supposed to be on a heading of basically 265. We'll just keep it about right there. And now we're at 6,000. We'll let it come to 230.
Envoy 318, contact regional approach 119.4, good night.
All right, over to regional approach 119.4 for Envoy 318. You have a good night as well. All right, 119.4. Regional approach Envoy 318 is 6,000. $19.4 is in there. Regional approach Envoy 318 6,000. All right, let's shut that music off too. And let's see, 19.4. Yeah, let's go back on over. Regional approach Envoy 318. Regional approach on 19.4 is not responding.
Alright, stand by, let me check with that. For now, just continue the departure. First approach.
Okay, roger that. Alright, so he didn't respond. Let's go ahead and get on our heading mode. So there we go. Now we can come over here and put this on the nav mode. And we said that approach course is 176. And there you go. So once we want to get on the ILS, we can definitely do so, and you can already see the glide slope information there and the lateral navigation. After we pass this point, I'll be slowing down a little bit to 210. I think I'll go ahead and do that now. And we're coming out
1318, he's there. It might be a VATSIM problem. Just go ahead and try him with 110.4. If he doesn't respond, let me know, please.
Okay, roger that. We'll give him a try again on 19.4 for Envoy 318. Thanks for your help. Regional approach, Envoy 318 is 6,000. Regional approach, Envoy 318 and 6,000. Alright, back over. Regional approach, Envoy 318 back with you, and I think the VATSIM problems continue because there was no response, sir.
Envoy 318, no problem, turn left heading 210, just going to maintain 3,000. I'll check in with him, he says he's there.
Okay, 210 on the heading down to 3,000, Envoy 318. Alright, so 210 on the heading, and we're going down to 3,000. Alright, folks, we are on approach here, and we should have Zing at 3,000, and then 2,300 is the approach.
He just he closed for the connection issue, so for now just fly present heading and intercept the 17 localizer.
Okay, present heading, intercept 17 center localizer. Again, thanks for your help, Envoy 318.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, so we're going to have this a nav mode, of course. ILS 2 is not what we want ILS 1, and we want to go ahead and put this in approach mode. So now the localizer definitely is waiting to be captured. You can see it off to the right here. Alright, folks, let's go ahead and get the engine back up where it needs to be. And let's make sure that we don't have any ground frequencies we are going to need to talk. Nope, this will be the last frequency that we need, so that's good. That's a good sign there, folks. Alright, folks, so now let's look at our performance. We're at 48.7, so we'll go 48.6 again. 48.6. See if that makes a difference. So V speeds 141 once again, wind's about 7, so that's no problem there. And we are already flaps 9, so we only have one more area to go. And you can see this is on the move. Alright, folks, let's get ready for a great landing here. So V approach will be about 147. Actually about 147, 148. Localizer is captured.
Envoy 318, airport 11 o'clock, 12 miles, report stuff.
Envoy 318 has to fill directly at 12 o'clock.
Envoy 318, thank you. Clear visual approach, runway 17 center.
Cleared visual approach, 17 center, Envoy 318. Alright, so we're just going to stay right here about this speed. Usually once you get on the initial final, you get to about 170 knots in a jet aircraft. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to stay right there. And we're fine to go to our final approach flaps of 22. We're not going to deploy the landing gear yet. can hear those engines purring. There we go. Once this gets right above 1 dot above the where we're going to capture the glide slope, and you can see here now we are 2,400 feet above, and once we get to the glide slope where this activates, this dot right here is where I'll drop the landing gear, and then we'll go to our final approach speed here in just a second. But let's verify that we are most certainly at flaps 22, folks, and we got our V speeds tapped in there. So again, about 147 is going to be where we want to be. Alright, so we're looking pretty here. Let's go up top, make sure our landing lights are all on, which they are. And we are good to go, folks. Let's do this so we can call it a night. Alright, so at Zing we're at 3,000, then at Jiffy. Between Zing and Jiffy's when that situation will start moving. I'll probably get it out beforehand and start bleeding the speed back, so just no dots.
Runway 318 with 1607, runway 17 center, cleared to land.
Alright, runway 17 center, cleared to land, envoy 318. Alright. Here we go. And I'm assuming once we land, depending on what we get, it should work out nice because the Echo concourse is pretty much south. So then hopefully we'll get off on like Mike 6, Mike 4, any of those, and then we'll have to cross runway 17 right. Alright, you can see it's about right there. Let's go ahead and do our final checks. Landing gear is on the way down. Let's pull the power back, and our flaps are already set at 22. So we're going to go to about 147, 148 on the speed. Landing down, gear is down, 3 green. All landing lights are on, and the engine profile is in the takeoff profile as you see here. Alright, speed was trying to...
Reach approach for those 2044.
Look at that wind. 25 knots right now.
Like the visual 17 right. Oh, 2044 is approach, Roger.
There we are. Alright guys, autopilot's coming off.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Autopilot is off. Just trimming the aircraft down here.
American 1008, regional approach. Good evening. Was that American 108 or American 1008?
American 1008.
About 1,500 above.
American 1008, regional approach, Roger, next visual approach, runway 1 left, KDFW center 3002.
Expect me to remind that American 1008.
$1,000.
1,000 feet check. Bringing that speed back slightly.
Middle 2044, clear direct destination, maintain 4,000. Direct space down to 4 for those 2044.
500.
Some traffic down there.
Minimums.
100. 50. 10.
Approach KDFW American 2722, picking up power for the Boston. American 2723.
Alright, speed is bleeding.
Boston, consider 9 departure from Counter Transit and filed. Fine by the SID. Departure going to be 125.02, squawk 2 tree trim. Departure to Boston, Conda 9 departure, looking at the transition to the fog, 9 by the 616 cruise at 10, departure to 325.10.
Alright, reverse free.
331 for American.
Applying wheel brakes.
2723, read back correct, expect 17 right. 17 right.
And folks, welcome on in to Dallas Fort Worth on this Envoy Flight 318. Now he's going to probably give us a super, this is Mike 7 it looks like. Flaps are coming up. Okay, this is Mike 6. Alright, let's go ahead and stop here for a second. Park and brake is set. And we'll report clear of runway. Let's get that strobe off. And APU is starting. Regional approach, Envoy 318 is clear of runway 17 center on Mike 6, requesting a taxi to the Echo Concourse.
Envoy 318, continue straight across 17 right.
Continue straight across 17 left for Envoy 318. Alright guys.
Envoy 318, confirm cross 17 right on Echo 6.
Okay, and cross 17 right on Echo 6 for Envoy 318.
Correction, that's Mike 6, sorry.
No worries, Mike 6. I should have caught that too. Thanks, brother. Alright, wow, look at these guys. This is different. Those guys are truly overachievers. Wife says butter. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
For those 2044 as the airport.
Alright, so we are going to do a soft little right here.
Garbage approach 17 right, for those 2040.
Again, welcome it in to the wonderful Dallas Fort Worth, which is where we took off. And I see the terminal there. Alright, we did a great job, guys. Couldn't have done it without you guys on board. Alright, let's go ahead and check our parameters here. Left looks good, right looks good. Let's go ahead and cross.
With 318 taxi parking lot, try to echo Mike. Have a good night, sir.
Okay, taxi to the ramp, Echo Mike. You have a great night as well for Envoy 318. Thanks for your service. Alright, so we are landing at E28. Okay, second gate in. Hopefully we get it.
Bill 2044, 11205, wrong one from Frankfurt to land.
All right, APU is on. Just double checking that.
Fiddle 2044, wind 1605, runway 17 right, clear to land. 17 right, clear to land, Fiddle's 2044. You don't. Israel.
All right, you know how we do it. We have no marshaller. All right. All right, parking brake is set. And we're going to go light off, and we're going to go red beacon off. And engine off, of course. Let's go here and get our transponder off for another wonderful arrival here into Dallas-Fort Worth. As always, thank you guys for flying along. We are going to get the passengers off, but first, before we do any of that madness, let's go ahead and get us a solid replay. Let me disconnect from VATSIM so that we don't come up on their scope since they were so nice. We are done with the VATSIM life, of course. And guys, let's go ahead and go for another replay here. You know how we roll. We're going to set it up.
V1.
All right.
1,000.
And here we are on approach. All right. She had a nice little profile to her. Alright, that was most certainly a wonderful landing. Let's go ahead and check out a few different replays here, of course. I mean right in the middle, guys. Pretty much right in the middle. It's not simulated. The front wheel goes under, but look at that, guys. Right in the middle. Super nice. Alright, now you know what we're going to do, guys. We are going to replay this from the wing view as we're on approach here. Alright guys, we've reached a point where I'm pretty much done with the stream. We are going to ride out to a wonderful wing view landing and then taxi in to the terminal. And I want to say to everyone, thanks for everyone staying on board, and thanks for keeping it interesting as always. And God bless everyone. Take care of each other. Hope everyone is ready for an awesome weekend, whether you're in South Africa, England, United States, wherever, whether it's Saturday or still Friday. Take care. Have an enjoyable weekend with your family, and God bless. Take care, and let's ride it out into some nice tunes.
Everywhere I go is home. My synergy, energy, easy. I don't need no one to free me. Don't need permission to be me. Getting in where I fit. On the throne where I sit. Toilet bowl, I'm the shit. Please, strangers, convinced. It'd be strange if I didn't. Make a move, gotta make a way. Pack another bag, I might go today. Take a trip, might take a flight. Make a new home just for the night. Make a play just for the day. Bag a bomb, make 100K. Can't fit it all in my suitcase. I'll have to cop me a new case. I think I found me a new space. Studio spot for the business. Luxury lot for the bitches. Crib with the white picket business. In the garage for the business. I park the Lex in front. Ay, pay by the year, not the month. Ay, I go wherever I want. Ay, passport, hella stamps. Granting wishes, no lamps. I am my personal genie. Tapping myself and I free me. It's all abundant, believe me. I'm about to make it look easy. Free yourself. Don't go where you can't get no. Gotta free yourself. Don't go where we can't call home. Better free yourself. Don't go where you can't get no. Free yourself. Don't go where we can't call home. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Always home, cause it's me. Always home where I be. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Never home, but I'm free. Never home, but I'm free. Free, free. Always home, cause I'm me. Always home where I be. Little bitch. Yeah.